us the strength to listen, the courage to decide. In unity, may our actions be just and dignified. Guide our discussions. Let empathy be our guide. In this council chamber, may reason and truth reside. Bless us with understanding, compassion, and grace as we work together for our community's embrace. May our decisions be fair and intentions pure. For the greater good, we shall always endure. In your name we convene with heart open wide. In this council meeting, let justice and love be our guide. We ask this to Christ, our Lord. Amen. Amen. Thank you and enjoy your meeting and have fruitful meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Trook, yeah.
Okay.
And I hope you're okay. It sounds good.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'll catch up with you later and enjoy the day.
Yep.
Was it short enough or should I focus more on
No, Father Trook, we've got to be very careful when you answer that. You can speak as long as you like, Father Trook. All right, councillors, it's always amazing how our churches together, representatives always seem to find a very appropriate verse or lesson for us when we start off. I always find it a bit appropriate that they manage to find a verse that sort of somehow seems to reflect on some of the things in front of us, and it's just great to have those people in our community, whatever denomination they represent. Councillors, back to our agenda. We have the confirmation of our minutes of the previous meeting, which was on the 23rd of August. So if I can have a mover and a seconder for those, please, and we'll gaze over those. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Moriarty, seconded Councillor Carpenter. Quite a couple of really interesting updates there from the communities team that day and a few record proceedings. So, councillors, if you're happy with those, would they be moved and seconded? All in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors. Carried. Councillors, business arising out of those, a question or two if need be. Reasonably straightforward. I think any actions are generally captured in our meeting actions, which is our next agenda items. Does anyone want to review any of those?
Can I make a comment about those? The one that I know we're receiving it today, but can we possibly, maybe to you, Mr. McDougall, when it says the subject is update drought management plan, I think there's been a change over the last 4 years in the way that we're actually having drought management plans and disaster. So it seems to be separated a bit. Actually, the drought management is a bit different to what the demand the plan that's coming to GCM today.
If I can, through the chair, I'll probably best answer
it's
that one,
yours, John.
Councillor.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Jason, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. The drought management plan referred to in the upcoming agenda items is the old document. So the old document that formed part of the water management for the Central Highlands was called a drought management plan. It had restriction levels, etc. It's separate to a drought management plan for the region. So you'll notice today that the plan is a water demand management plan, so we've renamed that so it can be separate from the disaster management side of things.
So, but the same thing applies to in 2019 when it was a drought, when there was a drought management plan. to my mind, this is different. Okay, that we accept, we have the water part of it today, but it's leaving off the actual drought management plan. It's become two separate things, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's the thrust of, I think, Amber's last report to us was that that we refer to it going forward, so that there's not that confusion that you're actually articulating really well there about that it be, rather than a drought management plan, it's a water security plan, and that'll be the terminology we'll use, and not to lose the fact that, sadly, we will be dealing with drought management plans here, I'm sure, before we all drop away. But
And that's also my point, Mayor, is that needs to, as you say, not be lost. So then it has to come on to an actions update.
Yeah, through the chair, I suppose, I'll just maybe take that on notice a little bit and have a think about how that might be reflected better from a disaster management space, and whether, and no doubt Glenn and Michelle will be listening in some way, shape or form, or I can grab them after this and have a think about it. I do think it's already covered in some way, shape or form, but I agree with you, maybe not to it, some of that explicit detail may have dropped out to what was in there previously in that 2019 version. So if you don't mind, I can take that as a an action out of today, and Marnie will grab that for us, and I can work through that after this.
right, you happy with that, Councillor Rolfe? That's yep. Okay, thank you. All right, councillors. Upcoming agenda items, well, I guess we kind of had that opportunity yesterday to update a couple there and review a couple. Is there any others, councillors? I think you've done good work over yesterday. Go CEO. Yep.
Mayor, we will record that as an upcoming meeting item request, just to make sure that that's captured for General Manager McDougall to follow through.
Thank you. All right, councillors, conflict of interest in anything in the agenda today. Look, councillors, I did advise Marnie this morning that we are actually going to deal with an item there in relation to 12.5.3, which is a road naming for Marathon Street, which is out on the eastern side on a development there that Vanguard have been doing there for some time. I've always declared an interest in certainly relations to that. So, councillors, my intention was, I'm sure the naming of the street is not a particularly strong conflict, but I guess I'm just declaring that conflict at that time, and I think it's just as easy for me to leave the room. Thank you, councillors, and you can deal with that. So are there any other conflicts, councillors? All right then, and obviously any discussion or I guess deviation from even the agenda items that might involve a conversation. If you think it's potentially a conflict, just declare it at the time. All right, councillors, there are no petitions, I understand, CEO?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll be shocked when we get one. Councillors, decision action reports. The first one is 12.5, which comes under the stewardship of our General Manager of Infrastructure and Utilities, Jason, and that is in relation to the adoption of aforementioned water demand management plan that we referred to there earlier. So, Jason, if you could introduce us, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good morning, councillors. The report today presents a water demand management plan that supports our water security strategy 2022 to 2042. The water security strategy was adopted by Council in June 2023 and provides Council with a 20-year strategy to manage our water reserves. To support this strategy, the demand management plan has been developed and provides the governance on how water conservation measures are to be implemented based on the water source volumes. The water security strategy and demand management form part of a suite of plans being developed by Council to ensure ongoing affordability and sustainability of Council's water supply schemes. I'll hand over to the Manager of Water, our Manager of Water Utilities, Amber Robinson, to run through the demand management plan for you. Thank you.
You're not quite on yet, Amber, just...
It's working up.
It responds to anger. Yep. Yep.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Go, Amber.
Thank you. Good morning, all. Through the chair, thank you. So, yes, I'm here today to present our water demand management plan for adoption. So, I'm very excited about this plan. It's one of the reasons we have decided to call it a demand management plan as opposed to a drought management plan is because we are of the belief that we need to be managing our water at all times, not just when a crisis happens. So this is a plan that will allow us to do that. It touches on things like restrictions, but it also talks about community education and really understanding what we can do to better utilise and improve water conservation across the region. So the demand management plan outlines governance and demand management framework. So under the governance space, we are proposing the establishment of a water security committee with minimum 6 members from various relevant areas of council and an escalation point to bring in people like the CEO and the Mayor and the councillor when we hit particular trigger levels within our storages and restrictions. So this is to, assist council in making our decisions, assessing where we are at around water security, assessing where we are at around potential restrictions, and also developing things like our community education campaign. That will be ongoing over a number of years. A lot of things that are linked with water security and water conservation are around, cultural change and behavioural change, which takes years and years and years to embed into a community. So this will be a long-term strategy and action. Council officers, mainly my team, will monitor and operate the systems and provide monthly briefing notes to councillors and also to the Water Security Committee, whether we're in a drought situation or a restriction situation or not. We have put forward new restriction levels. So these are different to the existing restriction levels within the community. As I think we all know, we already have permanent water saving measures in place, but we're actually calling them that now instead of level 0 to make it a little bit clearer to the community that they exist. And we are targeting 370 litres per person per day. Now, that may sound like a lot, or it may not sound like a lot, depending on where you're coming from, but on average across our region, we are currently sitting at between 700 and 800 litres per person per day, which when you compare with many other utilities around the country is very, very high. 370 is still a lot higher than a lot of the target consumptions of a lot of other areas around the country. So while it's effectively halving what we're currently using, which is a big step, it's still quite generous. And it will take time. It's just a target. Certainly not expecting people to make that change overnight. It will take time. And one of the things that is recommended within the plan also is the consideration of things like rebates, programs to help with water saving devices and things like that, that the Security Committee can assist with making decisions as to what we will or won't roll out or support as we go on throughout the years. Trigger levels for each scheme have been based on storages within each scheme. and that is documented in the public-facing document, which is an attachment to this report. Community education campaign will be developed over the next few months. We are going to go to an external marketing agency to have that developed for us, to give us a plan over a number of years for us to focus on. There will be a soft launch of this, however, assuming that it is adopted today, of course, during National Water Week, which is coming up in October. Also in National Water Week, we will have the colouring competition that we usually have as well. And also in October, in October there's also World Toilet Day, but that's actually in November. Sorry, I've got the wrong month. So some of the extra activities that are recommended and that we will be looking at with the committee and also throughout the campaign as it moves over the years. Active leak detection within our system. So of course it's not all on the community. You know, we know that we need to do work as well. Active leak detection, pressure management, making sure that we're maintaining our reservoirs and mains as best as we can. The smart metering installation, which is happening in Capella this financial year. For anyone who is interested, that tender will be going out within the next couple of weeks for the installation of those smart meters. If that goes well, and based on feedback that we see at other utilities, they work very well, we can look at potentially rolling that out to other areas within the Shire as well. Community education campaigns, rebates and retrofitting programs, rainwater tank subsidies, these are just ideas. You know, looking at our planning requirements to encourage water saving developments, doing audits to make sure that we're using our water the best way that we should and can, and looking at how we also use our water in our parks and gardens and facilities as well. So I guess that's the general rundown of the Water Demand Management Plan. I hope you like the document, and I'm very proud of my team for putting this together, but I'd love to open up the floor for any comments or questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Amber, and certainly I think in the opportunities that we've had in a number of workshops to contribute to this, that certainly the comments have always been the great data that supports it, the fashion in which it's actually been created in the documents that you brought to us to adopt today, that it's certainly a document that is quite a great direction for the organisation, for all our water team, and then the document for our community is very explanatory and in a sense is the first time that we've had that really succinct and really easy to read sort of assessment and articulation of all those water services we provide right across the region. So it is certainly something that we haven't had before, and it's great to have that document now. So Deputy Mayor Christine.
Thank you, Mayor. Amber, reading through the document, the use of water by possibly in our parks and gardens, but it is water that is used by travellers to actually fill up their tanks.
Caravans.
Yeah, they're travelling guys. How do we I don't want to stop the tourists at all, but how do we assess that and actually get the data on that? Because I know that there are other councils that actually charge for, you know, have certain reservoir taps that actually charge for tourists to fill up.
Yes, thank you. That's a good question, and one that I can't fully answer. Ideally, they would be using our sandpipes and being charged through that, and that would be getting monitored, but I will say I'm aware that not all of them do. I think that's something that's going to have to be looked at in the future around what we can and can't do that, whether we put meters on them on specific taps or nominate specific points, and look at that in the future. But thank you for bringing that up.
if I can also, councillor, thank you through the chair, just to add to that, obviously a lot of our existing facilities where there is dump points are at showgrounds, for example, here in Emerald, and there are taps provided in the showgrounds. Apart from putting separate meters on those taps, I guess it's a community or a way to encourage travellers to come to town, stay in town a bit longer. I know there's numerous taps in the showgrounds and even in the Botanic Gardens where I've seen people fill up jugs and containers of water. So it would be very hard to manage that, but I think it's probably a good service to have in terms of accessing free water as well.
Thanks. Councillor Cypher.
Thank you. Yesterday we had a workshop on the Yamla Enterprise Planning area, which could possibly increase our demand on water, depending on what development goes down there. And also we've recently had a briefing note on the Gemini project down at Dingo and the possibility of providing water for that project. My question is, how frequently will this document, which I think is an incredibly great document, how often will this be reviewed to reflect future demand on our water supplies? Because a couple of these projects may well, I don't know what their demand will be, but I'm assuming particularly the Gemini project, if we were to consider that, it could be a huge demand, I'd imagine. So how frequently will this document be reviewed? It's a 20-year document, so how frequently?
Thank you. Sorry, through the chair. Thank you for that question. Yes, you're right, and things do change often. It is a 20-year document. I think at minimum, I think we've said that it needs to be updated at least every 5 years, but realistically, the Water Security Committee should, I think, just be deciding, and obviously we need to still set the terms of reference for that committee, but I feel if something happens or is about to happen that we think will directly impact, then that should trigger an early review of data. I know Yamala Enterprise Area has been factored into the water security work. The Gemini project hasn't at this point in time. I have had a number of discussions with the company running the Gemini project. We still are not really sure around exact numbers or what it looks like in timeframes. So, but yes, it will be updated as it needs, and earlier cycles if we need to, if things like that come up.
Excellent. Perhaps that could be part of the terms of reference.
Yes.
Yeah, for the group. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Cypher. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on getting the plan, and I love that you've termed it the Water Demand Management Plan. I think that it separates out and makes it a bit more specific around what this plan is for. And just to add on from that other discussion, but sometimes when you're doing long-range planning every 5 years, there's usually a good interval to sort of revamp and have a look at things. Not that you have to change the overall plan, but I just want to say it's great too that this plan captures the internal aspects for the organisation and the community, and I think that there's that opportunity there, especially with the public education campaign, which is so important and will be integral to this, and for council and the community to be working together on how they, I suppose, work together to not necessarily council being a role model, but community and council working together to implement. And I was just going to also ask, which Councillor Cypher touched on, was the terms of reference, obviously when you get that all developed up. And I was just wondering, I noted that you mentioned a few internal positions, and I was just wondering if you were going to be looking at that committee, whether you would have a couple of external positions, like someone from Sunwater, I don't know, a couple of community members that are active in that space, or indeed just active people that who want to nominate to be on the committee as well from the public. Just wanted to, and also just very quickly, ask the question about the smart meters. When that's installed, do you have an app to go with that where the household owner can sort of see as well?
Yeah, so thank you for those questions. So I'll start with the last one first. So yes, there will be, it might be an app, or it might be like a portal through a web browser. So I'm not sure if it will be an actual app on the phone, but there will be a portal of some description, be it an app or a web page, where the owner will be able to go in and actually see their usage. It might be real time, or it might be from the day before, depending on which company and what technology and whatnot. But that is definitely a key point of what we want to achieve from that trial in Capella. I've seen many examples. We've gone and spoken to a number of other councils about their installations, and there's some really exciting, some of the data that they're able to get, and improvements to leaks, both internal leaks for householders that may not even realise that they have a leak and that gets picked up almost straight away on their smart meter, but also within the network space if you then start putting smart meters throughout your network as well. So yes, that will be part of it. The members of the committee, at this point in time, it will just be internal, because it will be looking at some things like policy and expenditure finance, if we put up rebates and things like that. However, certainly happy to consider that going forward in the future if the committee decides that is something that needs to be considered, opening it up to external parties.
Yeah.
Me and my team meet with Sunwater regularly, so we would be able to bring those updates to that committee. I can't remember the first question.
I don't know. Oh, I think I was just making some comments to congratulate you, but yeah, if with the smart meter app, if people are able to see their consumption, it helps people understand how they're moving to that kind of 370. 370, kind of thing. So everyone's like working together. And thank you very much for something I've learnt today. I never knew that there was a World Toilet Day. So thank you for letting us know that. That's something I've learnt today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
There's 1,000 jokes swirling around there, Councillor Moriarty. Anyhow, Councillor Cruz,
Just through the chair, just with the committee and it meeting biannually, I'm just wondering at what frequency would that committee then report back to councillors on the effectiveness of this plan and strategy?
Thank you for the question. To be honest, I don't know. We haven't thought that far ahead. I guess I think that would also form part of the terms of reference, but more than happy to sort of line up that at this point in time to propose, if we're meeting 6 monthly, then we do 6 monthly reports back. I think that would probably be reasonable. But there will be monthly briefing notes sent through to council, regardless of whether that committee has or hasn't met, that are prepared by my team.
And just one more, I was just looking here, like say Sapphire Rubyvale, just with regard where it says each bore has a capacity of 12 litres per second. Is that the bore's actual flow capacity or the capacity of the pump in the bore?
The capacity of our infrastructure, so our pump and what we can draw.
So do we have that information on what the bore's capacity is throughout?
So we don't, unfortunately, and that was one of the actions from the Water Security Action Plan, was to put some more bore monitoring instrumentation and whatnot around the place so that we can actually get that information, because at the moment we don't know.
Yeah, I think that's, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cruz. Other questions, councillors? Well, Councillor Burns.
Just a quick question. I've been trying to find it, but might have overlooked it. What's the difference between residential and non-residential? Is that town and country and businesses, or is it? Yeah,
no, residential is sort of domestic use, so your houses, non-residential being commercial, industrial, that are still using potable water.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I was just wondering whether a whole heap of people were coming into our area just using our water and then. Thank you.
That is one of that's why it's actually called litres per equivalent person, because it does actually factor in the non-residential use to the equivalent person calculations.
Yep. Thanks, Amber. Councillors, can I say, having advised you that I'll get that opportunity of speaking to the Fitzroy Basin Association, I feel better equipped, obviously, to go along with a very, very freshly prepared plan and document here. So it has become quite topical, and I know the State Minister, Glenn Butcher, has recently announced funding for the region in terms of a water plan or a water assessment plan. And I know they're broader issues than necessarily the operational parts of utilities. But to that extent, I guess they're always inexorably linked here, because ultimately sources of water are probably doing lots of things for us. And I know that councillors will remember that we've actually got a motion prepared for the LGAQ conference next month in relation to the potentiality of investigating other ways that utilities can be delivered. And I guess whatever that outcome is, and certainly it's a good strategy, we will be in time better prepared by having this document. To Jason and Amber and your team, I know there's a lot of work gone into this. We've seen certainly the purposeful way you've pursued this over a period of time, and you're right to acknowledge your team, Amber, too, in terms of getting it to us today. So, councillors, that recommendation there it's in a couple of parts. So it's about adopting the demand management plan, and obviously for that the water security planning, which obviously benefits our organisation as a technical document, and that demand management plan, which also informs our community. The second part is to ratify the development and commencement of that Water Security Committee, and Councillor Moriarty, you asked questions about the makeup of that. And in C, approve the development and implementation of a multi-year community education behavioural change campaign to align with those demand management targets, which you have in there acknowledged in the document. So is someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Brimmelcombe, seconded Councillor Moriarty. All in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors. That is carried. Thank you very much, Amber. Thank you, Jason.
Thanks, Mayor.
Councillors, 12.5.2 relates to the Thierry Water Treatment Plant filler reinstatement budget request. Is there a longer name ever been on an agenda? But councillors, that is the next one, so that'll sit within Jason's basket as well.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As mentioned, the purpose of this report is to request additional budget to carry out some repairs on the Thierry Water Treatment Plant filter number 1. This report is brought to council outside of our normal budget review process due to the urgency of the work required. I'll hand over to our manager again, Amber Robinson, to run through the report.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you. So the media filter number 1 at Thierry Water Treatment Plant is currently offline. This is linked to a capital works project that was undertaken about 18 months ago, when some defects work was being done late last year to repair something that had been brought up during the defects period. Unfortunately, that resulted in the contamination of that filter, so we had no choice but to put that filter offline. And we have a rental Suez UF unit up there that is helping supply the towns. We're running one media filter and one UF system concurrently there to meet demand. In the meantime, we have been undertaking, we've been getting independent assessments of what we need to do to make that out of service filter safe. The outcome of that is that we have to do a complete refurbishment, so we have to remove all of the filter, we have to fully sanitise and clean the inside of the filter, repaint it and put new media in. Following that, there's been some commercial negotiations with the contractor involved around getting some reimbursement for some of those funds back, and we have just completed 2 weeks ago those commercial negotiations, so we now know where we are standing. We have also gone out to market for a different contractor to come and do the refurbishment works, and while we haven't awarded that yet, we are ready to award, assuming that we are able to get budget, of course. The full funds that we will be needing, that we are asking for is, I'm trying to find it, sorry. 200 and, up front it's 200 and, sorry, I can't find it. It's just over $280,000, and we're getting, we will be getting a reimbursement of $149,000 back from the contractor. So I guess the full budget request is for the full amount so that we can raise the commitment and award the tender, but we will be getting that reimbursement from the contractor. So the net position, I think, is 100 and, again, I can't see the number right now.
Yeah.
Sorry, 140 odd.
Through the chair, 289,
Thank you.
there on the screen, 289
there it
is
is.
the total cost, with 149 returned from the contractor.
Yes, so the net position will be obviously the difference between those two figures. Being Thierry, that of course does end up being reimbursed back to council through the Glencore special rate, which would be the following year. If council decide not to allow me to have the budget for this, I guess the consequence of that is that we just continue to rent the UF unit, so it's operational costs that hasn't been budgeted for, and then we would put in a request for budget next financial year. So, yeah, sorry.
No, thank you, Amber. Councillors? Yeah, Councillor Sipper, you.
Thank you. You already answered my question, but I'll ask it anyhow.
Go for it.
So the asset belongs to Glencore. We manage the facility, and we obviously are getting the cost of this back out of the special rates. That's perhaps just for the audience listening today, perhaps if an explanation about that special rates, how that operates, and that it isn't actually the general ratepayer that is contributing to an asset that belongs to Glencore, how that special rates works and how we operate that facility on behalf of Glencore. Might be good for the public. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, with the special rate, it's attached for a special purpose, as the name says, and a special rate in this case is for the town of Thierry, which is operated by a mining company, Glencore. So all the rates charged towards that facility, which are attached to that land, is payable by Glencore, and is not does not form part of the general pool of rates, so to speak. I hope this explanation suffices, Councillor Sipper.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's just that it can be confusing for the general public. They don't understand that. So that's simple and excellent. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sipper. Councillor Roll?
Mayor, to Amber and everybody here, you don't mess with water, so let's fix it, please.
Yeah. Well said, Councillor Rolfe. Councillor Moriarty?
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor Rolfe. Absolutely. I just was wanting to ask a question, because this might be another one that's a bit confusing for the public, me, as well. So when you talk about the pipeline from Thierry to Capella for water, this isn't this water, is it?
Through the chair, yes, it would be this water. So the water
okay.
from the Thierry water treatment plant is what feeds that pipeline when it's operational.
Oh, okie dokie. So we're actually talking about ensuring that this is all functioning to serve two communities, really.
Yes, although, don't get me wrong, we are supplying water to Thierry and we are supplying at our normal capacity because of the UF unit that we have hired. So currently, right now, there's no risk to loss of water supply to Thierry or to Capella if that pipeline was operational, which it isn't at the moment because we're doing upgrade works to it. What this would do is allow us to off-hire the UF and refurbish that filter media to have it, to have the treatment plant operate as it should function.
I think I understood all of that, but thank you.
No problem.
Thanks, Councillor Moriarty.
Mr Mayor, if I could just clarify too, just probably worth noting that when on the back of Councillor Roth's comment there around water quality, the contaminant is contamination is a big word, and when water treatment, anything that comes in contact with the filter media is considered a contamination of the filter media. It was nothing significant. At no point was any of the public put under risk by the contamination of the filter material. It was identified straight away and isolated, and you know the material that it was contaminated with was not a toxic substance by any measure. So the term contamination can be taken a number of ways, but it was managed very well by the team, as was the contract negotiations to get us to this point today.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Jason. Thanks for the clarification. Right, councillors, the recommendation is there that we approve that provision of the additional funding to the amount of $289,000 in the 23-24 financial year to carry out those repairs. Is someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Burns, seconded Councillor Carpenter. All in favour?
So we're waiting for Tyrone to attend the meeting. 12.5.3 road naming, proposed naming of Marathon Street Emerald. I'll call on Jason to, yep.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and good morning again, councillors. I will start the report, and as Tyrone enters the room, he can jump in and continue on from the report and answer any questions relevant. The report today seeks a decision in road naming of an unnamed road in Emerald, which is currently being constructed as part of stage 1A of the Marathon Estate, just to the east of Emerald. I'll hand over to the Manager of Infrastructure, Tyrone Meredith, to run through the report. Thank you, councillors.
Good morning. So as General Manager Jason alluded to, the purpose of this report is to provide a brief overview. Apologies.
Yeah.
The purpose of this report is to seek Council's decision in naming an unnamed road in Emerald, which is currently being constructed as part of stage 1A of the Marathon Estate development. So the unnamed road is currently under construction. It's located at the corner of the Capricorn Highway and Chalcedony Road in Emerald. The application initially was for Town Zone Light Industrial Precinct for stages 1A, B and C, and included conditions of approval that required construction of all roads within the development to be in accordance with the CMDG. The developer has submitted an application to have the unnamed road named Marathon Street, with the name selected to reflect the estate's name. As this road is still under construction, the adoption of the name Marathon Street will only take effect once Council has received and approved the RPEQ as constructed drawings, which verify that the roadworks meet the requirements of the development approval. Section 60 of the Local Government Act grants Council the authority to name and number local roads, and Council has adopted a policy to ensure the consistency in the naming conventions across the region. This policy, among a number of other things, ensures that interested parties, being owners or developers, can have input into any naming decisions. As part of that policy, there is significant criteria which we assess any proposed names against. As you can see in the table, this road name is compliant with that criteria. and we therefore recommend that the name Marathon Street is adopted.
Thanks, Tyrone. Any questions? Get away scot-free today, Tyrone. Oh, you do? You're happy to know. So the office, let me read it out, please. That Central Islands Regional Council, 1, approve the name Marathon Street for the unnamed road and request for the developer to print and install new street name signs in accordance with council standards, subject to receipt of and approval of a registered professional engineer of Queensland certified as constructed drawings. And it's moved by Councillor Cypher and seconded by Councillor Burns. All in favour? Thank you, it's carried. Thank you. And we'll get the Mayor back in for the next one. Oh, hang on, I've got to lower the seat for you, sorry.
Just all that talk about World Toilet Day got me excited, right? Yeah, too much info. All right, councillors, we switch over under John's stewardship now to the Communities Department, which is the Event Assistance Grant Interim Round 1. So, John, if you could lead us in.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors. And Lisa Donlan sends her apologies. She's on leave today, and we have Brooke Wright here presenting the report for us today. So thank you, Brooke, for coming in. There's two sort of things today in this report. One is a decision that's required around an application that's been received for sponsorship for an event. Brooke will talk through that. That particular request, and the other is just to provide some information on the delegated aspects that have been signed off through delegation by myself and the General Manager of Infrastructure and Utilities. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Brooke to talk through the report, and very happy to take any questions on the way through. Thank you, Brooke.
Thank you, General Manager McDougall. Good morning, councillors, Mayor, Chief Executive Officer and Executive Leadership Team. I'm here today to present the outcome report on applications made to Council for the Event Assistance Grant in the interim and round 1 in accordance with Community Support Program Policy, donations, sponsorships and fee waivers. I also wish to present to Council an application received from the Emerald Jockey Club, which is in excess of the officer's delegation and is now referred to Council for decision. The background of the report is that the Event Assistance Grant supports individuals, groups, clubs and organisations seeking sponsorship or in-kind support. I also wish to present my apologies. The event must provide a community benefit and an opportunity for people to gather, celebrate and participate. Applicants can apply for up to $10,000 of combined cash and in-kind funding. Each year there are 4 rounds with interim arrangements in the introductory year. Historically, Council has assisted in funding for New Year's Eve celebrations at the Emerald Jockey Club. However, this has not occurred since 2020. For Council's information, 16 applications for the Event Assistance Grant were received in the interim and round 1. 15 were approved under the relevant General Manager's delegation to a total value of $28,295. In the report, you will see the breakdown of the approved applicants, the event Council is supporting, and the amount approved for each application. During this round, the following was approved: a total of $8,280 in financial assistance, a total of $10,225 in fee waivers, a total of $9,790 of in-kind support. An application for the Emerald Jockey Club to support the New Year's Eve fireworks celebration was outside of officer delegation and is now referred to Council for decision. The club is requesting financial support to the value of $10,000. The proposed event would commence at 5 p.m. with fireworks at 9 p.m. and incorporate rides, jumping castles, food and entertainment. The applicant notes that there is currently no New Year's Eve celebrations in Emerald. The goal of the event is to provide a family-friendly and affordable event for Emerald and the surrounding communities to enjoy. Council sponsorship would assist in keeping admission costs affordable and will contribute toward fireworks, rides and entertainment for the children. Feedback on social media in December of 2022 indicated that community agrees there is a lack of New Year's Eve activities in the region, and an event such as the proposed would be well supported by the community. The club notes that they are in the process of sourcing assistance from local businesses and community groups to provide assistance to the event. At the time of this report, they have not been successful in obtaining assistance from businesses. An event budget and historical financial information regarding the applicant has been reviewed by the officers. Based on the assessment of the budget provided, the event could be self-sustaining in future, however, its first-year sponsorship would cover the shortfall. This report presents the officer's recommendation for Council to endorse the following support: that Central Highlands Regional Council approves the cash sponsorship to the Emerald Jockey Club New Year's Eve event to the value of $10,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brooke. Thank you, John.
Through the chair, the other thing I might just add there as well, councillors, there are some alternatives there that can be considered, and as officers, we've certainly had a very good look at this application. You'll see the recommendation there for the 10,000 is put forward, but there are a number of other opportunities that do exist to part fund this particular application. So I just wanted to draw your attention to those alternatives that can be considered by council as well.
So, John, just so that we do the conversations advised appropriately, normally what would be the maximum under this program? There isn't?
So, from a delegation perspective, Brooke, you're going to need to help me out here. I think it's 5,000 cash.
3,000 can be approved by the General Manager,
Yes.
and then anything in excess of 3,000 for financial assistance.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brooke.
Thanks, John. Thank you. Councillor Syphon.
Thank you. I've got a bit to say, actually. So on page 5 of their application, they have requested 3,000 for children's entertainment. And in addition to that 3,000, they've requested 10,000 for the fireworks. Is that correct?
Because of the delegation, they've actually put their total request back to $10,000. Once we reviewed the application, we go back to the applicant and advise them of this. So they are aware that what we've taken to council today is only the $10,000.
Okay, so now are they only going to use that $10,000 now for fireworks?
Fireworks and the amusement rides.
But the fireworks is in excess of $10,000?
It is, yes. So
okay, so they're going to only having 7,000. So if they don't find additional funding for the fireworks, it won't happen. So what will that 7,000 then be used for?
That's a really good question, Councillor. I will note that down and I will consult with with our manager.
Can I just jump in there? So if, like any grant, if the funds are not able to be used for what they were granted for, they would have to be returned, right?
They would be returned to council, yes.
Okay, I object to fireworks, and the last time this came to us, and I don't believe in 2019 we funded, I mean, I'm sure you've checked that out, we funded them, but we stipulated no fireworks, I believe, and because there was about an hour's discussion on this topic.
Through the chair, I've been back and looked at emails. It was definitely funded, and the email request from them was for fireworks.
It was for fireworks, but I don't believe that we approved fireworks because at the time, I may be wrong, but at the time we were in dry conditions, and that I personally raised the dry conditions and the environmental effects of fireworks, and I can still quote some other councillors who are here still that actually supported the fireworks because of the entertainment. There is a local business in this community that does laser work, like laser displays. It's not necessary to have fireworks that are a risk to our environment and a fire risk, and particularly at this year, unless we're going to get a massive downpour sometime, which isn't predicted, I just have huge fears about fire. We had an incident at the Springshore show. I believe that, you know, the laser lights are as effective as fireworks, and as communities we should be moving more towards laser works for entertainment. And I personally will not support fireworks for any organisation. I'm happy to fund money, but not for fireworks. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Moriarty.
No, you're right. Thank you very much. Sorry, when I was reading this to prepare for the meeting, I must have missed the boat here a little bit, because I thought that you were also had this list here to be approved as well.
No, through the chair, that was just purely for information. Okay. When we were putting the report together, we thought that you may ask what has been provided for under delegation, so that's there for your information purposes.
Awesome.
I do acknowledge that is a little bit confusing, because, and we did talk about that in agenda review about, you know, whether I should put that in there or not, but that was the reason why I did land on it, was to provide information.
No, it was very, very good information as well. But I did have a question around, I know it's probably irrelevant now, but did have a question around for the Capella State School, the annual, obviously, concert, is it? Not concert. I just wanted to note that I know with the community grants, we usually don't give funding straight to schools, but we do through PNFs. But anyway, just a side note. And with the rounds, do you have a set amount per round for the sponsorships and donations? Like, you know how you have the 4 rounds? Or it's just a set amount and you just use it up, and when it's gone, or?
I'm going to refer to Brooke. From my understanding, it's not a set amount per round. We do obviously factor in the cumulative spend over those particular rounds, but there's no particular set amount each round.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And getting back to the actual topic here, application. So can I just clarify that if this application was for $9,999.99, it may not have come to council because it was under 10,000?
No, it would still come to council because it's over the $3,000 of the General Manager's delegation.
So Councillor Moriarty, that was the clarification. The delegation only comes in at 3,000. Anything above that comes here.
Okie dokie. Thank you very much. Yeah, I thought it was a good application. Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, I just have a couple of questions. So in the report, it's saying that on 3 occasions, council has helped fund the New Year's Eve celebrations at the Jockey Club, and it hasn't occurred since 2020. But then it also goes on to state that this is the first year sponsorship would cover a shortfall. So is it a new format that this is deemed the first year?
Yeah, just to confirm that, I completely understand what you're saying. So since we haven't funded it for a few years, this is a new, I want to say a new concept. It is brought back as a concept, so it hasn't been ongoing for a number of years because of COVID and a range of things there. So it's they're bringing it back as a new event, if that makes sense.
Because that does make a big difference because it's sort of saying here without the input of, you know, council funds that this may not be self-sustainable. Well, if we have actually supplied funds previously for 3 years and it's coming back again, is it not self-sustainable? So there is that. And yeah, because even in the application, the Jockey Club says we're looking for us to host again. So, and then back to probably the fireworks, I'm probably in agreement with Councillor Cypher here in that given the fuel load and the weather conditions, and we've just undertaken reduction burns, and we know that we can't completely mitigate that issue, is there a fire risk? And further to that, what happens in the instance that there's a total fire ban on the day?
Through the chair, the answer is that they wouldn't go ahead. And I think you'll actually find the instance that Councillor Cypher is talking about, up until even the hours prior to, there was discussions with the particular fire warden at that stage. I don't know where that actually landed, but there was a lot of discussions on that day as to whether that particular event should go ahead. So that is out of our control, and that is a risk.
So through the chair, our money could go towards, potentially, if it was to be passed, fireworks that would be ordered, paid for, and not used.
Potentially, yes.
Sorry, Councillor, yeah, no, you're right. Councillor Danielson, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you through the chair to GM John, or actually to Brooke. So there's a business plan for this. It would be really great if I'd love to see that information, because I'm interested in, I guess, how many people attend this event. And also, I guess I take on board that, I am interested in it if you were going to provide a big amount this year, that it is self-sustaining, like it's a one-off. So that information would be really helpful to understand how, if we were to provide $10,000 this year, then next year there would not be a request again.
Yeah.
Do you know those answers at all, of like how many people actually attend this event and how it becomes self-sustaining? Thanks.
Yeah. We do have the business case in their application. I don't.
With the chair, it wasn't, but we can certainly provide that to council.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not sure of the level of information that's in there regarding the self-sustaining aspect of it, but we can certainly get some figures, whether it's included in that application or on the numbers of attendance, that type of thing, for sure. The self-sustaining part of it for me, councillors, is a key to it, to be honest. So we are.
It is for me.
If you remember back to when we presented this at council from a policy perspective, our aim for all organisations, Emerald Jockey Club or any other organisation, is to provide assistance with a view that they are looking to be self-sustaining, and that is a critical element for me.
Yes, thank you. So yes, can we get that information then? Thank you.
Through the chair, the issue I suppose that we've got is, will that require us to maybe lay the motion on the table in order to provide, through our standing orders, to provide that information? I'll be guided certainly through the chair, but that is an opportunity that does exist.
Yeah, well, I think we'll have some comment from other councillors, and then we'll make a decision in respect to that, because it might be that that the motion needs to be put. So, okay. Yeah. So thanks, Councillor.
Yeah, my comments have already been said. So yeah, I'm just concerned about the self-sustaining in the future. I'm happy to support this just to give it a boost up to get it going again, because it used to be a good event. But yeah, if we can find more information, that'd be good.
Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Cypher. Yep,
Thank
sorry.
you.
I'm sorry, I should be watching here, not
You're
the
right.
others.
I'm just harping back on to the fireworks and what Councillor Cruz said about the potential of funding this for fireworks. So what we fund is what they deliver. So are we happy to actually pay for something that potentially may not happen because of a fire ban or the risk of fire? I can't believe there isn't more concern about the safety of our community in regards to fireworks happening in the climate that we are currently in. I'm just absolutely astounded, particularly when, as I said before, laser lights can be as effective as fireworks.
Councillor Cruz.
Just through the chair, just getting back to the self-sustaining issue, in the actual application, they've actually ticked that it's a one-off event.
Yep,
So,
that's right.
that's sort of, you know, the self-sustaining, that they're not even, you know, that really is important, because if it was a new event and they wanted to hold it as an annual event.
The thing, through the chair, that it has been held every year. That's the thing. It's the New Year's Eve celebrations at the Jockey Club are not a new event. So they have been there. Well, I've been living here for 4 years. It's been there for.
Not during COVID.
Not during COVID.
3 years prior to that.
Yeah, so that's what's actually confusing with regard to the application. If it's a pre-existing, it's not a one-off event and it's not new.
Oh, that's correct. So I guess, and in terms of a process going forward, so that there's, you know, some sort of equity, you know, this is why I was just delaying on, it's not necessarily required to be a sustainable thing. It's a one-off event. It's a community event each year, and sometimes they hold it and sometimes they don't. And I think this is really about a decision about whether you want to support it, and whether we can dictate to them we can actually, we're only prepared to support a level of it that's a community event rather than the fireworks, and whether we feel good about stipulating that as it goes out. I'm not sure that's how we can do that. It's difficult. But it's not necessarily about, you know, we certainly don't, we don't control the compliance around fireworks. You know, shows have them, different other events have them. And I guess that they have the risk, you know, built into that organisation. So it's a case of, as long as we feel like it's an appropriate community event to support in some way, shape or form, and maybe condition the parts of it that we're prepared to support, that may be one way we can do it. But it's going to be difficult to sort of, I guess, come up with a decision today that, one, is suitable to the application, and two, is a proper precedent for how we deal with applications in the future. Because it might be that we get no applications in the future for fireworks, which I'm testing councillors don't particularly like, but we certainly need to have the clarification about its value to the community sort of stipulated quite highly. Sorry, Councillor Moriarty.
No, you're right. Most of what you said was what I was going to say anyway. I think that probably, you know, these community groups do apply to council for events, but if it's going to be something that council doesn't want to support going forward about fireworks, maybe they need to have a look at, you know, a policy position so that community are aware that that's not something that council's going to support. But from my perspective, these people are professionals. They do their risk assessment exactly as the Mayor said. It's not like it's out of town, it's in town. It's an annual event, and how lucky council we've had COVID and you haven't been asked to support too many community events. But I just think that yeah, whatever you decide, whether you want to have more information and come back and make a decision, but realistically, I think the Mayor's right. There's nothing in any policy or guidelines that says that we'll only fund this or that, specifically around potentially fireworks. So at this point, the application is per the guidelines and processes that we've got. Yeah, we do have fireworks at quite a few community events. As for Emerald Community, it's starting to be an event that is significant, I guess, for people who are here at New Year in Emerald. I know that we've missed it the last few years, so but anyway, bit of a rant there, probably didn't make much sense, but to recap, perhaps council look at a policy position around fireworks, and in reality, these people are professionals, so they do their risk mitigation.
All right. Other comments, councillors? I was going to suggest I'd prefer option 2, where we actually reduce the amount to just, I guess you'd say, the conditional part of as support for a community event, rather than it be, and we can, I think, acknowledge that we would prefer that, or not prefer, but stipulate that $5,000 is spent on activities for children and community, and not to be used as a payment for the fireworks. And that way, that actually allows them to run an appropriate event. I'm just, you know, whether it's a good background there, there's some other events I can see there above there which are good community events that have received $5,000 and $3,000. I think for a community of the size of here, and I know at different times at Christmas we've done $1,500 supports for our communities as well, different size. I think in this instance we could safely condition this so there could be a $5,000 donation and certainly not to support fireworks if councillors were of the mind to support that. Happy to support that. So can we do that?
So,
In terms of, it's the option 2, I guess. So, Carrie, how might we actually incorporate option 2 into the resolution?
Central Highlands Regional Council approves the cash sponsorship to the Emerald Jockey Club New Year's Eve event to the value of $5,000 on condition that council funding is not used for fireworks. Given current dry conditions, I'm just thinking about precedent.
it could be raining too.
Given current dry conditions, you can, I'm only suggesting it, you can change it.
I think you can put a full stop just after not to be used for
Or
fireworks.
we could say, on condition that council funding is put towards children's and family activities,
Yeah,
not fireworks. Was that your wording?
that would be my wording.
On condition that council funding is used for children's and family activities.
It most shows that the acknowledgement of the sponsors and are made to each of the events they're accorded to. In the event of the fireworks, it's generally been a resource company, and that's acknowledged separately. So what we're doing here is sponsoring and supporting.
And acknowledged. Sorry? Used and acknowledged. Used and acknowledged.
You want to have a crack at this?
Just
Councillor Brimacombe.
a query, are we then not supporting fireworks at shows? Don't anyway. But that's basically what we're saying. We're not supporting fireworks within our communities.
We're not funding fireworks in our communities.
Yeah, and that is the subtle difference here. It will be the difference that I
It's
think.
supporting events,
Yes.
even if they have fireworks at them, but council contribution not to be used for fireworks. That's what that, in terms of precedent, that's what that's setting. And the policy would need to, the next policy review would need to consider that.
Yeah. Right.
They can go ahead and get the mining company to fund their fireworks.
Well, the information they provided, that there's still an opportunity commercially to achieve some other funding from the community, which I think community generally does, so. All right. So if we just have a read of that, councillors.
Sorry, Mr Mayor.
Right, go, Councillor Maria.
Sorry, just can you clarify again why you chose the $5,000?
I just picked option 2, Councillor Moriarty. There's option 2 at the end of the report.
Oh, okie
That
dokie,
suggested-
right,
yeah.
yep. Because, I was just wondering why we wouldn't sponsor them for that amount that they've asked for. And if it's that you don't want to sponsor the fireworks, it means that they can use that money for the event and then get other money for the fireworks.
My apologies, Councillor Moriarty, and obviously I referenced that previous list and some of the other activities that we've funded, like football carnival weekends, regional matches and different things. This kind of matches that rather. $10,000 is at the very, very high end of our sponsorship, and I guess it's more in keeping with, I guess, what we have previously done.
I'd like to propose option 3 for the 7,500.
Right. Well, I guess in terms of, without engaging Carrie to do all the governance, I mean, what we'll do is we'll put this motion here, and if it obviously fails, then obviously you can move an amended motion and have it changed if need be. I think that's the way we do it. So, Righto, so councillors, this will be the movement. If this motion fails, then obviously councillor Moriarty has suggested there might be an alternative motion. All right, so we've got to move it. Councillor Cypher's moved this. Councillor Rolfe has seconded. All in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's not looking good, councillor Moriarty. Carried. Thank you. All right, so that'll be the motion. So, councillor Moriarty, we won't need that alternative motion. This one's been carried.
Can I have my
Vote recorded?
recorded?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Right. Now, I hope you are all okay, but we are going to actually go downstairs. I'll adjourn the meeting. We're going to have our Are You OK breakfast, morning tea. So, councillors.
And may I ask, can you please get, with our agendas for things like this, it is really important to see business plans so we can make a informed decision as well, for this last report. Can I just make sure that that's taken?
Well, yes, we can, but I guess when we consider them, everyone sort of, I guess, uses the information that they have. I'm sure that'll be an improvement, councillor Daniels.
We can do that.
Yeah.
I'll certainly acknowledge that.
Yep. Thank you. All right, councillors, can we be back at around 11? Folks, if that's okay? Thank you. All right. Adjourned. So how did you go with your just celebrated our Are You OK morning tea with an appropriate address from Kate, who's been obviously working within the council organisation and certainly had some really, really good, strong words around our mental health and support as an organisation and around each other. So we just had that opportunity this morning. Councillors, we're back into, I guess, the role of our agendas. And councillors, just the next item is 13.1 is an item that's been withdrawn. We might just say to the CEO just an explanation of that withdrawal of that item.
Thank you, Mayor. So, councillors, as advised yesterday, I have withdrawn this item from today's council general meeting agenda. That's due to some errors and omissions in the report. So there'll be no need to move into closed session, Mayor.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, CEO. So, councillors, that moves us on to the information reports, and certainly that is in commercial and corporate services. I think we've given Carrie enough time after obviously introducing our guest speaker this morning to get back up here. So, Carrie, sits under your stewardship. If you could introduce, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through the Chair, good morning, councillors. This report summarises Council's customer service performance for the period of 1 April to 30 June this year. I now hand over to the Acting Manager Customer Service, Rachel McFarlane, to take Council through this report.
Thank you, General Manager Knudsen. Through the Chair, good morning, councillors. As mentioned, this is the Customer Service Performance Report for the quarter 4 of the 22-23 financial year. This quarter, we received a total of 4,120 CRMs, or customer request management. 39% of those were received via phone, 36% through email, 14% at our customer service centres and transaction centres, 8% through CRGs and other customer-facing events, and 3% came through our online services portal. Of those requests, we had 1,042 for the Office of the CFO relating to mainly rates inquiries. 87% of those were completed within the 10 business day timeframe. 1,387 requests went to communities, of which 74% were completed within the timeframe. 173 went to, sorry, that's right, thank you. Sorry, where was I? 173 went to corporate and commercial services, with 88% being completed within the timeframe, and 1,405 going to infrastructure and utilities, with 67% being completed within the 10-day timeframe. Top 5 requests for this quarter, there wasn't much variation from previous quarters, with water, rates and valuations, animals, planning, development and roads, in that order being top 5. For the entire year, we identified that water was our most popular request over the 12 months. Our additional customer contact points include Peak Services, our after-hours call centre provider. Through them, 30% of our calls were water related, 15% were other or passed on to the next business day, 13% related to ranges, 8% to parks and gardens, 7% to roads and 5% to facilities. 80% of these were entered as CRMs by Peak Services, and the other 20% were passed on to customer service for actioning the next day. We received a total of 115 requests through our online services portal, 988 pieces of mail in, 1,484 pieces of mail out, 8,770 emails, and 238 snap send solves. For this quarter, our contact centre received 5,629 emails. 67% of those were resolved by customer service at the first point of contact. As mentioned last quarter, first point of contact now no longer includes CRMs. It is just the customer service officer being able to resolve the call with the caller on the day. 19% were entered into CRMs for a 10-day turnaround, and 14% were referred on to another agent at the time. For this report, we include our financial year comparison. So this year we saw an increase in calls through the contact centre and an increase of calls in our after hours contacts as well. There was a decrease in emails, a substantial uptake in Snap Send Solve. It's becoming quite a popular platform for our community. The more they understand how it works, the more uptake they have. And we did overall have a decrease in requests that went into the system for actioning by other departments. In the first part of this quarter, we did have our customer experience project kick off. We had some consultants from a company called CHRC Inc. come and visit us. They stayed in our region for 2 weeks and they visited each of our customer service centres. And as part of that, they ran our customer experience survey, which traditionally we've run ourselves. However, this time we took a different approach and we asked customers on their overall experience with Central Highlands Regional Council in its entirety, rather than just their experience with customer service. And from that, we found that 59% of our customers were satisfied with their experience. Their reasons for contacting us reflect very similarly to what we report every quarter for our CRMs. Some interesting statistics that we did get out of the survey that customer satisfaction drops significantly when they feel that we are unable to resolve their issue at their first point of contact. And that means they feel like their ball gets passed around from customer service to a different team, and that's leading to overall just the customers feeling like they're not getting what they're asking for out of council. And the satisfaction drops by 30% when a secondary team is required. So again, it's just a flow-on of the first statistic. They feel like their ball is getting passed around to different teams. A major insight that we had out of our experience project was the more times a customer feels like they have to contact us, there is a steady decline in their satisfaction. So if they only have to reach out to us once and we are able to resolve their problem in-house and contact them back with a resolution, 96% of our customers were satisfied with CHRC. Steady drop if 2 contacts, if they had to chase us up, follow us up for an answer, and then 3 or more was when we hit just about half of our customers being satisfied. The improvement recommendation that we got out of this insight was just a way that we can potentially improve some of our internal processes. So you can see in the report, we've developed something that we like to call a swim lane. And so the first point of contact for the customer is their query. At the moment, their second point of contact is lodgement, and then their third point of contact is payment. So some of our internal processes at the moment are forcing our customers to contact us 3 times, resulting in a 53% satisfaction rate immediately, straight off the bat, even if we follow our processes to the T. So we'll be looking at how we can improve these internal processes so that we can merge some of these swim lanes and create a more streamlined process for our customers and boost their satisfaction with CHRC. I'll now hand over to councillors for any questions.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Councillor Swiper, you.
Thank you. Great report, thank you. Now, I'm just looking at the financial year comparison slide, which I found very interesting. We are slightly down, but it's great to see on the complaints, or the, don't know whether you call them complaints, but phone calls. But we're up with the Snap, Send and Solve, so that's really, really good. Now, I've asked previously, and I'm not sure which avenue I've asked for, but can we do a bit of a promotion in the community on Snap, Send and Solve, and actually do up a little bit of a cheat sheet explaining the process, like the app, the screenshots, and particularly explain that when they get the email response, the meaning behind those email responses. The first one isn't meaning the pothole has been, fixed or the road being graded. It simply means that it has been passed on to the relevant department. So the receiver has allocated that to a department. The people, when they received their initial email, and I was guilty of this myself, believed that when you say has been resolved, you race straight out to see if the pothole's been fixed, but it hasn't. So that needs a good explanation back to the community. So if we could we can push this, I push it through CRGs, but we do mention it at community consultation, but if we've got that little cheat sheet that we could hand out wherever we go, people will use it. And I really would like to thank whoever the author is of I think it's called CH Roads, that they send potholes or whatever it's called. There's a Facebook site that a community person has set up, who, soon as someone just puts it up there as a little blurb, the person goes back on and says, can you please go to Snap Send Solve, get the picture, and it'll go do that. So they're really out there pushing it themselves. And if we can just do a bit of a helping hand, I just think this is the best tool the community can have to actually take pictures, documentation, and get a response. And the other thing with the responses, which confuses me all the time, is, not that I'm submitting hundreds of them, but certainly I haven't done 899 of them, is that when you get your response, it's just got a number on it. It's a, case number. I have no idea what that one's referring to. If I put in 4 for the week, I have no idea what that one is. I'm not keeping a logbook of my Snap Send and Solves. So if it could just be a name, or like abbreviated name of what that is, pothole, road pothole, or a water leak, or something like that. It doesn't have to be a detailed description, but a number means nothing unless it's you that's got a computer that can enter it and have it pop up for you.
Through the chair. So Snap Send Solve is its own standalone platform. We currently don't have integration with it. So we've definitely heard feedback from the community similar to yours, Councillor Cypher. What we're looking at, it has been flagged as a project between customer service and ICT in the future. We just need to make sure that we have the correct infrastructure on our side to be able to facilitate the requests from the community. At the moment, what happens is our customer service will receive an email from Snap Send Solve with the information of the inquiry, and then when we return to the customer with their CRM number, we will tell them the CRM number for our system and what the category is, because our categories don't 100% align with what Snap Send Solve offers.
I don't get a category, I only get a number.
Okay, I'll check with the team that is definitely the process, so I'll make sure that that's being followed.
Because I can never tell which one it refers to.
No worries, I will flag that.
Whether it's backyards or whether it's water leak or whatever, I have no idea.
Through the chair, furthermore too, Councillor Cypher, I'll take that as an action we can do a advertising campaign around that. There has just been some recent media as well around, not sure how many local governments now have taken up Snap Send Solve. I just saw that there the other day, so we can get on the back of that and get that promotion back out there again. There'll be material already there when we've done previous communications, so that'll be fine. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Councillor Daniels.
Thank you, Chair. Rachel, just on the slide, the customer request management, and well, it's actually over a couple where there's the little blue as of the 30th of June 2023, and I guess the notes about when something is delayed for whatever reason is, do you have any understanding of whether once it's passed on to the department, whether they're actually communicating those delays back to the submitter of that CRM? Like, is there a note section? And I don't know if you can analyse, if it's too hard to analyse, but I'm just trying to understand, because communication's key. People don't mind delays if they understand, but if we're just assuming, they'll understand, then it becomes problems.
Through the chair, my understanding is that it does depend on the department that the CRM goes to. Some departments and teams do have a process in place where they have an officer who will make contact with the customer. However, ones that don't have any processes in place, sometimes we do get calls from the customers chasing up, and then there is a notes process in the CRM where the team member can add a bit of information. If the information is there, customer service can share that with the customer, but there is not a consistent process across the board. Customer service works closely with a number of teams and it's for our high volume, so parks and gardens, infrastructure and utilities. We do have triage officers in those areas. I think the shortfall does come from a couple of the teams that I guess aren't as frequent in the CRM space. They're not as familiar with the platform and how to use it, how to enter a note. There is training available across the organisation, but to my knowledge, there's not a consistent approach to communications.
And through the chair, part of this, the outcome of the Experience project is for a body of work to be undertaken in terms of streamlining our processes and allowing customer service officers at the front counter to have a greater body of information for when we are contacted and to contact back our customers. So part of that process will be to align those areas that are probably not as au fait with the customer service experience because of the number of requests that they receive.
Thank you. Yeah, I wouldn't think we should be working in silos. It should be a uniform approach regardless of the team. Thank you.
Councillor Middlecombe.
Thank you, Chair. Just in your additional customer contract points with SnapSense Solve, you've got 238. I'm guessing they're the top 3 categories. But within the financial year comparison, you've got 899 SnapSense Solve. What are the other areas that SnapSense Solve are covering? Because the top 3 seem to be roughly a third of what the requests of, and they're the top 3 requests. So.
Yeah, through the chair, they are consistently our top 3. However, SnapSense Solve does also cover a wide range of things. You can do wandering animals. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head, sorry. Wandering animals, and maintenance for parks and gardens, facilities management, graffiti, abandoned cars. Majority of the services that we have listed in our CRM module are reflected in SnapSense Solve. It might just be different wording. But customer service will triage that top 3 there reflects the SnapSense Solve categories.
Yes, no, I realise that. I was just wondering why I said the top 3 and they're only a third of roughly a third. So it's just interesting. And the further question with the different departments, and I'm using roads as an example, it may take a longer period for a pothole to be fixed than a smaller issue. Are the different departments able to then have different timescales within that, say for a pothole 2 weeks as opposed to a small issue, a wandering animal which needs immediate action, different timescales to those being?
Yep, through the chair, at the moment, our process is a 10 business day turnaround across all categories. However, out of our customer experience project, one of the recommendations that we will be working on with all of the teams is to work through all of our categories and determine appropriate timeframes for the individual request. To your example, filling a pothole definitely takes sometimes more than 10 business days, whereas a change of address for a ratepayer definitely does not take 10 business days. So it's part of the project that we'll be working on with teams across council to mitigate that time frame as being a standard.
Thanks, Rachel.
I think through the chair, it's important to add, Councillor, there are already individual business units. They'll have their own set of performance measures there, I suppose, on what it may be for a wandering dog or a dangerous dog or a fixing a water leak or a pothole. So a lot of that is already sitting in the background, just for people listening and yourselves that we certainly won't be waiting 10 days to go and pick up a dog, for instance. So there's a lot of those already in place, just to give you comfort.
Thank you, John. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you very much. And I guess the service levels relate to that too, John, I guess.
Very much so, and you'll be aware at the moment we're doing a service level planning project. There's a whole range of, and my fellow General Manager will be able to talk to you a lot more about that than I can, but there's a range of outcomes out of that project that we're aiming to inform councillors and public about, so I won't take any of Carrie's thunder there.
Yeah. Awesome. Council's always on the up. Well done. Just very quickly, I was just curious about the your customer satisfaction or customer experience survey. And I was just wondering, how do you identify the survey participants? Are they, like, you just contact, randomly choose, I don't know, 250, 100, I suppose that might be my question, how you actually do some of those details?
Yep, through the
Thank
chair.
you.
For this particular survey, we chose a timeframe of 3 months. So anyone who had been in contact with council for a CRM application, we'd sent them any correspondence in relation to a request they had with us that had closed in the last 3 months so that their experience was fresh in their mind. And I think overall we had just over 200 respondents.
Oh, awesome. And how frequently do you do it? Do you do these every year or?
So we have previously done the customer satisfaction survey every year. This survey was a little bit different, and as part of our overall project, we'll be looking to do this on a quarterly basis so that we can determine trends and identify anything that comes out of a particular period in the year that's a focus for our community. And be able to structure our processes to address those appropriately.
Yep, thank you. So on a quarterly basis, so 4 times a year, 4 times a year?
Yeah, through the chair, that will be the aim.
Yeah, and how do you actually do the surveys? Like, you send them a survey, an online survey, or you phone people, or how do you do?
For this one, we went through email. And it was a link that was facilitated by our contractor, and they dissected all of the data and came back to us with all of the insights. We're looking to continue it through the email survey, especially now that we have email rates notices, so we have our community checking their inboxes. This is something that we're looking to utilise as well.
Yeah. Good, thank you very much. And where I was heading there was with your feedback that you're getting in that top right-hand quadrant, so that were you saying that their comments about all the different aspects of council that they've their experience has been about?
Yes, so this was from one of the questions in the survey was, what was your reason for contacting council? And then we supplied a list of all of the reasons that we had brainstormed with our contractor based on the data that we had in CRM. And these came back as the top 4 reasons of the respondents for why they had contacted council.
Okay, oh, that's good to categorise. It would be very interesting to see your report actually, so that but anyway, where I'm going there, it would be also interesting to make the link between our biannual satisfaction survey and quarterly, unless you're just doing quarterly for the first year. Again, it's about being mindful of that over-consultation for people as well, where we can sort of pull it into a central point and everybody knows, everyone in the organisation knows how and where community is being engaged. So anyway, just mindful. But yeah, that would be a very interesting little report to see. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Morelli. Councillor Cruz, you've shut up shop. Right. Other questions, councillors? You all good? Councillors, thank you very much, Rachel. I noticed that, your mentor trusted you to be here today. Rachel, thank you for the report. The recommendation is there that we receive that customer update for the period 1 April 2023 to 30 June 2023. Is someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Burns, second by Councillor Brimblecombe. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, the next item, 14.1.2, is a record of proceedings for our community consultation at Rubyvale on the 1st of August. I think we have same GM, same officers. Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through the Chair, Council regards community engagement activities as a cornerstone of good governance and critical to effective planning and delivery of infrastructure and services. I'll now hand over to the Acting Manager Customer Service, Rachel McFarlane, to take Council through this report.
Thank you, General Manager Knudsen, through the Chair. This report provides a record of proceedings from the Ruby Vale community consultation that was held at the Ruby Vale Hall on the 1st of August. There were no actions arising from this forum. However, there was a good conversation between Council and the community on the day. I'll pass over to councillors for any questions.
Thank you, Rachel. And I think if you have a look at the attendance sheet there, the community have had significant engagement with council recently. It was a comment they made, and certainly I think they were really all CRG members, Councillor Daniels, if I remember correctly, that were in attendance. I think Kim and Mitch at our Ruby Vale consultation, so they're all fundamentally members of the CRG. And the comment was made that certainly from Kim, who is a regular CRG attender, that certainly it was difficult when there's such a constant engagement that there was anything likely to come up to the meeting. So others are certainly appreciative of Mitch Brown certainly expressed that, it is great that, outside of just that CRG structure, there's a chance to have a chat. So I think it was a much appreciated, even though there were just small numbers there, but certainly well worthwhile being there on the day. So I don't know if councillors had some comments to make about that day otherwise. Councillor Moriarty?
Yeah, I've just got a quick question. Obviously, I was apology on the day. I was just interested in the beautification, item number 8 on page 3 of the minutes, 190 of the overall council minutes. Is that referring just to one town, or is that for a few towns, that beautification project?
Through the Chair, the beautification project, as you are all aware, there is beautification projects that are planned, one happening as we speak in Springshaw. This one was particularly talking about the Gemfields area, and there's certainly been some expressions of, or some interest, or some areas identified out there that they would like included when we get to a point when we can invest some money out there. So it was particularly on that one.
Okay, so no particular community, it was just Rubyvale?
It was Rubyvale.
Oh, okay, yeah, I just was wondering if it was that particular community or it was sort of more overall?
No, just
Rubyvale. Yeah,
yep.
Thank you. Sorry, John.
Thanks, Councillor Moriarty. No other questions, councillors? All right, the recommendation is there that we receive that record of proceedings. Someone happy to move those? Moved by Councillor Roll, seconded Councillor Cruz. All in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors. Carried. Councillors, another record of proceeding follows, which is in that same journey that day, 14.1.3, which relates to the Claremont Rubyvale Road, more pointedly on the banks of the Teresa Creek at the crossing. So, thank you, Kerry.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through the Chair, I'll hand straight over to the Acting Manager of Customer Service, Rachel McFarlane, to speak to this report.
Thank you, General Manager Knudsen, through the Chair. This report provides a record of proceedings for the Claremont Rubyvale Road community consultation held at the Teresa Creek crossing, also on the 1st of August 2023. From this meeting, 2 actions arose for Council to investigate. The first being for Council to review the provision of a disabled toilet facility in Capella, which was entered as a CRM, and secondly, Council to investigate mirror installation at Teresa Creek and Tomahawk Creek crossing, also entered as a CRM. I will now pass over to councillors for any questions.
Yep. Councillor, I think once again it was, I have to say, this is the benefit of being a councillor when you get on the road and you can get out to the spot, and we all had our chairs and we sat at the crossing and actually shared it with some tourists that were visiting the area, and there's a lot to like about sitting on the creek bank. 3 geese, sorry, that are regulars apparently. So, I think that's sometimes the small things are the things that we appreciate the most, and it was great to have there, and of course discuss the whole world on the bank of Teresa Creek. So it was informative, and certainly they were very appreciative of the day to get down there. So I don't know, councillors, were there any questions or points to raise? I think we're pretty good there. All right, council, that recommendation is the same, and there are some CRMs that are obviously added to that, so that we receive the record of proceedings, and then there's 2, the review the provision of a disabled public toilet facility in Capella, and then the council to investigate mirror installation at Teresa Creek and Tomahawk Creek crossings. So someone happy to move those? Moved by Councillor Cruz, seconded by Councillor Carpenter. All in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors. That's carried as well. Right, councillors, 14.1.4 is record of proceedings of the Emerald Airport Advisory Committee meeting on the 14th of August. So Carrie stays in her seat. Brian Griggs is here as well from the airport. But thank you, Carrie, if you could introduce that.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through the Chair, the Emerald Airport Advisory Committee meets on a quarterly basis to engage and consult with airport users and contribute to future planning considerations and contribute recommendations for the airport's sustainability. I now hand over to the Acting Manager of Airport, Brian Griggs, to speak to this report.
Thank you, Councillors and Mayor and GMs. The quarterly review, I'll just run through a couple of the, what I see as the primary highlights. If you've got any other questions for any other items, feel free to grill me. The highlights, one of the highlights is the end of financial year where we finished up at $1.2 million surplus to what we expected. It's always nice to get extras. For projects, we've got our soft project being the 5-year master plan. We've commenced that by bringing on George Byrne Associates to assist us with developing the 5-year plan. The existing one expires this year, so we'll work on it during the year and expect we'll have that one finished before the end of the financial year. And that'll help us move forward, and we'll try and hold that along the way, because there's actually green paper, aviation paper, out at the moment, and that's turning into a white paper theoretically soon after Christmas, and so that might put a little change on the emphasis on the 5-year plan, but we'll try and include that. The other projects, the primary one is the Rolleston runway remediation project. That's going very well. It's actually slightly ahead of schedule. So we've had really only minor issues along the way, and they've been handled fairly well. So it won't be long, and we'll have the Rolleston runway back in operation first week of October as planned. The other key items, one is the CASA surveillance audit. It's supposedly CASA comes through about once a year, but they haven't been here since 2018. They were here just after our committee meeting. We won't get the report though for another 4 to 6 weeks, but from the verbal summary we got from the inspector, it sounds like we're in fairly good condition, which is nice. And the other items that came through on discussion in general business is the interests from operators for freight and passenger options for different passenger flights or routes have been in discussion, but there's nothing firm yet. But it's nice to know that there's a general interest in the aviation business to not exclude Emerald. I'll leave that at that. If councillors have got any questions, I'm happy to be grilled.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. I'm not sure we're going to grill anyone today. We've had smoko, so we're all good. Councillors, that was it was a good discussion at that meeting, which and a very positive discussion. Lots of things always seem to be happening in the airport, which is a good thing. But I guess questions over to you. So, Councillor Rolfe. Yep.
Is that surprising, Mayor? Sorry.
I know. Back it up there.
Brian, the 5-year master plan, can that be made public?
Yes, it is made public.
It is made public, but I'm thinking, can it be made more public? Because of the issue that we've had recently about that was in a master plan but the community thinks that it's council, the car wash.
Yeah.
So if I'm just thinking that if we make the master plan, put it right out there, and this is what's happening in our community, and making it something that's not council, but it's the real development of the precinct. Just something.
What we did, thanks, and it's a really good question, and it was raised by the advisory group members, is about the positive, I suppose, presentation of the airport, and they are good stories there. So I think our advisory committee did say to Brian that obviously a process of making the master plan, more purposefully known to the community. You would have seen there was a small article that appeared in the local newspaper just talking about that the advisory committee actually reviews that, and I guess that was one part of the process, but I think the advisory group members also said a process of exposure of the airport in terms of, that opportunity that's actually in the master plan and all those good things. If nothing else, I mean, we are trying to promote more activity at the airport, and one of those was that business. There was a little bit of a misunderstanding, I suppose, in respect of the car wash, and those sorts of things needed to be folded out a little better. So that was certainly passed on to Brian. So we will continue with that. We'll work with Brian as well. Councillor Cypher.
Thank you. First of all, I find these minutes extraordinarily brief. If a member of the community, and even myself, who was at this meeting, I find no meaning in reading this because it's just one dot point and a word. There's no explanation. So when you read the community consultation minutes, there's a dot point and a brief explanation so you know what the discussion was. We don't want a manuscript, but I'd like to actually be able to understand what the discussion was. I've never seen them to be quite this brief. The other one was in general business. I raised and we had a discussion around the operating hours of the cafe, which is not documented. That has been brought to me by a number of people, and I know the mayor at the meeting indicated that that very morning someone had rung him about the operating hours at the cafe, and the discussion centred around in the future discussing extending those hours, even if it is at a loss. It would be a council decision to look at financially whether it's viable, whether we want to. Do we want to run it as a community service? Yet none of that has been reflected in these minutes. And I think that was a very important conversation we had. So I would like that to be incorporated, these minutes, if they're going to be adopted, to have adopted with amendments to it. And that is definitely an amendment, because I have gone back to those people who have called me and said, I've discussed this and it'll be reflected in the minutes, yet there's no mention of it. Pretty essential topic, I thought, but if that could be done, and if in future we could just expand out a little bit so we know actually what happened at the meeting. It is a public document. There is community people at that part of that advisory committee, and I'm sure they would like to be able to get the gist of what actually was discussed.
Thank you. Councillor Seifert, through the chair, certainly we'll take that on board in terms of reflecting that in our future minutes. And also, Brian, I'll hand over to Brian to speak to it, but I can assure you that the cafe has already commenced developing a business plan, and we've got an internal meeting happening in the near future to progress what options and opportunities might be available for the cafe, and then to actually bring that back to council for consideration regarding the funding model that might support that.
So can that be reflected in these minutes that I raised that topic, please?
Yes, certainly.
Yep, we will do that.
It's a good point, Councillor Cypher, and you can appreciate the officer involved that day. That was not their normal minute-taking role there, so with the greatest respect, I'm not making an apology for that person, but certainly that was the opportunity on the day. Yep.
So can I just ask, Mayor, do council wish to not go ahead and receive these minutes today? We'll get them fixed up and bring them to the next meeting.
I'm happy to receive them with that amendment.
With the amendment, yeah. I think, thanks, Councillor Seifert. Yep. Yep. Sorry, Councillor Bimble, no, was am I right? No, Councillor Moriarty, sorry.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for having the minutes come through. I was just wanting to ask a question about the Royal Flying Doctors Service. So page 4 of the minutes, or page 202 of the council meeting minutes agenda. Where it has there the RFDS taxiway proposed, so for the Resource Communities Infrastructure Fund, round 3, and then you talk about the Royal Flying Doctors to secure for funding for their landside work. So I'm assuming that's the hub, is it? So it can't progress until there's a lease.
That's correct. It was they've already actually that's actually an error. It's actually RCF round 1 was their funding, but they actually require a signed off lease. And I think Brian articulated at the meeting that internally council were finishing off that lease. Once that document was signed, well then obviously they can proceed with their actual construction of the pod.
Oh,
so
excellent.
That's actually landside, so it was just a case of council then providing that lease. So, Brian, you might articulate where that's at. Yeah.
Yeah, through the chair, that's correct what the mayor said. The only thing we're waiting on now is the surveyors to finish surveying the area so that RFDS can register the lease once they receive it. So that's ready to go. So it's just stepping through the processes. The council has now done everything required for the lease other than getting the results of the report from the surveyors. So that's just slowly stepping through the process.
Yep, awesome. So that was successful, that funding. Now it's just these couple of things, and it's...
Sorry, Royal Flying Doctor Service applied on their own volition for the first round and received about $700,000 for the patient transfer pod, which they were successful in getting, and it's just been the other paperwork in terms of that had to be located landside at the airport, and that required a lease from council, which has been through our property services area to actually make sure that's right. So it's taken whatever time it's taken, and now that was raised at the meeting. Yeah.
Yeah, and the reason why I was asking, because it's already identified the taxiway, the GA taxiway, and the taxiway for the RFDS for round 3. Because I was thinking if they missed out on round 2, then you'd have 3 projects going into round 3. So, but you've got 2 projects going into round 3.
RFDS has already sorted that out. Our applications are down for the following round 3, irrespective of the success or otherwise of those. RFDS will have a patient transfer pod, and whatever logistics will be involved until such time as we were successful to have an apron is just one of those things we'll have to wait and see, but they'll certainly have that presence there. Yeah.
Awesome. And my other question was around the new 5-year master plan, and I was just wondering, improve shade and shade over walkways, is that part of this master planning?
Through the chair, yes it is. We've actually do have funding that you guys have already allocated for this year to do the initial work, and we would expect that to carry on. So there's some funds that'll be for the walkways, and then we can move on and look at shade as a future project. So that would be something that would be covered in the 5-year plan. That's correct.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Moriarty. I was going to be very remiss of you if you missed that. Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, just a very quick one. Just looking at the security status that you've listed here, and through that, just recognising that regional airports are sort of mostly managed through local governments, and the recommendation of a focus for a separation of key documents. Is that an action item coming that's already been done, or should it be reflected as an action item in these minutes?
Through the chair, some of the documentation through Home Affairs it already has some restrictions on what we can put through into the general records. For instance, how often we find ammunition amongst staff. It also actually came through as a surveillance thing, as to basically be on top of the security aspect. But the majority of the documentation at the airport goes through the normal channels, through ECM and so on.
And through the chair, as the acting manager has indicated, the CASA surveillance audit has identified that as a corrective measure action, and also through our business governance review that we undertook in last financial year, part of our process prior to the next committee meeting is to develop with some assistance an action plan that will actually accommodate or address some of the risk around our document control, not because there's a risk in that it is not happening, but because it's just identifying where in fact should be the repository for that particular body of information in relation to airport operations.
Yeah, thank you. That was more my point. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Cruz. Councillor Daniels.
Thank you. So many questions today.
Yeah, I was told I wasn't getting grilled.
Looked like a grilling.
Just a couple of things. You were saying initial work for shade. What does that? Have I got that right, or maybe it's when Councillor Moriarty asked the question around, and you said that there's funding in the budget to do some what I thought was initial work. Is that just design, or is that
Through the chair, no, there should be funding that should cover both the initial design and also some sort of structure or shade sales or something over the pedestrian.
Send an email. And I know somebody in passing said that there was going to be some work on that. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yeah, there's a few things happening. Telstra are working at developing or improving the connectivity in that area of town down that end. So we should eventually get some benefits from that. And the IT department here have also been working on a bit of a project to improve the networking within the terminal as well.
Okay, no problem. So is that for the second part for us to do the work? Is that like a budget? It looks like John knows some answers here, Brian. So is that a budget allocation for next financial year, or what?
Yeah, so through the chair, there's two distinct separate bits. NBN, and I won't steal their thunder, if you jump on their website, you'll actually see some upgrades that they're looking to do in a number of spots across Emerald, and I'm not sure that's other communities in the Central Highlands as well, so there is some information there on that. One of those improvement areas is the airport. The other one that very much springs to mind, there's an area in Mayfair, and there's also, which is a residential area, and the other one is a industrial area for all intents and purposes around that Wills Road area, on the way out from of town to Capella. So that's the two that spring to mind. And I can't talk to the second component. I'm not sure that Carrie's got any information from an operational capital perspective, but I will hand over to General Manager. But for the first portion, I don't even know whether they've given us timeframes yet on when that will happen, Brian, but when I last met with the team out of Rockhampton, they were doing the scheduling, and it will happen. It's just as to when, but that will be a huge improvement for us.
Thank you.
So through the chair, in relation to the ICT and airport partnership, in terms of some corrective measures around or improvement measures around the connectivity at the airport, it is identified within their works program at this point to be undertaking that work. If we need to come back with any change of budget, we will do so through our BR1 or BR2 process. But at this stage, it's identified within the budget for the works that have been identified at this time. And just in relation to the shading over the passenger or the pedestrian walkways, I might just get some clarity on that capital works project, and we can put that to council through a briefing note or follow-up.
That's carried.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Yeah. All right, councillors, that record of proceedings is the recommendation is that we just received that. So is someone happy to move those? Now, councillors, just bear in mind that it's inclusion in the item raised by Councillor Cypher in general business relating to the Emerald Airport Cafe operating hours, and the fact that Carrie's just qualified it about the business case about, or a case about a modification of those. So. Sorry, Councillor Wimber.
And also a correction, you said in the funding for
the funding should be RCF funding 1, round 1. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Wimbledon. All right, someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Cypher, seconded. Councillor Daniels, all in favour? Carried. Well, Brian, you're successfully ungrilled or lightly grilled. Councillors, I will have to take my leave now. Thank you very much. I will endeavour to get back. I'll pass on a welcome on behalf of our community to the Fitzroy Basin Association. They're having their annual water forum here, so there are some interesting topics there on that. So if I can get back, I will try and report back to that in today. Thank you, everyone.
Get the chair again, won't we? Thank you. So record of proceedings of the Emerald Sale Yards Coordination Committee, I'll hand over to General Manager Nelson.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Mayor, through the chair, the Emerald Sale Yards Coordination Committee is a reference group established as a forum for communication on matters relating to the Emerald Sale Yards. I now hand over to the Manager of Sale Yards, Tim Maguire, to speak to this report.
Good morning, Acting Mayor and Councillors. The record of proceedings for the Emerald Sale Yards Committee meeting held on the 21st of August. The highlights there throughout the minutes there, a memorandum of understanding between ELSA and CHRC has been reissued. We're just awaiting the response, or at the August meeting, we're awaiting the response from ELSA in regards to that. Other key points of note, 2023 Agri-Noise Australian Sale Yards Expo was held July 25 through to 27, with attendance by myself, Tim Maguire, our General Manager, Carolyn Knudsen, Councillor Carpenter and Councillor Burns. So that was a very worthwhile attendance at that annual conference. The other highlights throughout our report there, Council, while we're at that conference, Council nominated that Emerald be put forward as a host for a future Australian Livestock Marketers Association conference to be held in Emerald. That was moved by Councillor Carpenter and seconded by Ian Burnett. Fundamentally, we put our hat in the ring to host a future conference here at Emerald. The other major thing in our record of proceedings there is reference to risk pass. While we're in attendance at the conference, we had the opportunity to look at a risk pass process, and we make recommendation to Council for the implementation of this risk pass, which is an additional process for entry into the sale yards. It's industry specific and probably is very, very useful for sale yard situation. The other notable point within our minutes is the upgrading of the computer system. Our current software provider is an amalgamation of 3 different businesses over the preceding 5 to 6 years, and that provider is moving to a new version come January next year. So we've been put on notice in regards to that. Just highlights in relation to our commercial analyst delivered the financial report for the 2022-23 financial year. Operating revenue there for the year was 3% under the revised budget. The key components there, obviously, are our cattle numbers to the end of June were down by 9,529, which is effectively 12% on last year. Our feed sales were down by 718 bales. Dipping numbers to the end of June were down also, and spelling numbers to the end of June were down, but up 4,000 on the similar period last time. Obviously, you know that most of those throughput numbers are a reflection of the very, very good season on the east coast of Australia through the end of 21 and 22, and there's still a very, very solid body of dry feed, albeit through the region. As we currently sit, numbers are still tracking quite low right across our facility, plus every other facility on the eastern seaboard of Australia. Our capital works, we completed 4 capital works projects last year, which is detailed in that report, and our progress to date on current capital works projects. We have one of those which is completed already, and there's 6 to commence in early October. So, yeah, that's a bit of a summary of the record of proceedings. Yes. Thank you.
Thanks. Tim, is the chair, Councillor Burns, you want to comments?
Yeah, I was an apology for the meeting.
Your apology?
I was away that week. I haven't got much to say.
Comments?
Yeah, thank you. I thought it was one of the better meetings we've had as far as content goes. It was really, everyone was very invested in that particular meeting. It was a good report that General Manager Cowrie put together from the Sale Yards Conference, which in my opinion was so far ahead of the one I attended last year. It's, you wouldn't think it was the same organisation. So we did submit our names, or we did express an interest in hosting a conference here in the future. I think they had 2 others, so somewhere in the next 3 years we hope to have that granted to us.
So what numbers were at the conferences? That seems to be the only problem with running conferences in Emerald, is that the number of attendees. So who attends, how many?
Through the chair, I think there was 80 people in attendance.
Yep.
Historically, the last one I went to in Roma was 5 years ago. Yes. I believe that was around about 120.
Yep. Yeah, so it's within the realms of.
Yeah, through the chair, I think the location of this one at the Gold Coast probably wasn't as suitable because, you know, part of the program is a visit out to sale yards, and I would think that if something was held in a regional centre like Emerald, you'd get a greater attendance.
Yeah, sure. Councillor Daniels?
Thank you very much. Tim, in the minutes, it mentions about truck washdown facility being included or upgrades. So, and I don't know if you've got data on this, is like the frequency of the washdown facility being inoperable. It might be a GM John response, yeah.
Through the chair, the washdown facility sits on the sale yard site. It's not part of our operation, but at certain times it certainly reflects on us because it's on the site. That was the basis of the discussion within our coordination committee meeting.
And I would say essential for your users, like for the the washdown facility to be in operation. It's an essential part of your user base, your stakeholders.
Certainly a number of the users of the facility are also common users of the sale yards, yeah.
Yep. You can take it on notice and get back to me. It's more about, I guess, is it becoming so frequent that rather than just putting up with it and trying to repair it, is there a need for us to really have a big focus on a major upgrade? Because obviously biosecurity is always important.
Absolutely. I will take the opportunity, if that's okay. It is a significant issue, councillor, and a number of councillors have expressed the issue, not only with that facility, but others where they are out of action, sometimes more often than they are in action. All of those facilities across the region are aged assets that are, I would suggest, compared to other regions adjacent to us that are not up to scratch. So I don't think any of us can hide from that is the fact. So we are looking to engage with some surrounding local governments as we speak to look at opportunities that exist there for getting a program of works together that we can put in front of council at a point in time through that capital bid process to look at some upgrades. So, but I will say to councillors, there are opportunities that exist as we speak around some co-funding from some big users within the regions as well. In previous local governments that I've worked for, we've made advancements towards certain industries to help fund some of those locations of some of those facilities. So a body work's occurring as we speak around that, and when that is ready, I'll bring that back to council. But it is extremely important and a large component to us succeeding in that biosecurity weed management space, whole box and dice. So yeah.
Yep, sure. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you very much. Firstly, thank you for adding that summary there from the conference. It was great being someone who doesn't sort of, know a lot about the sale yard, so it was really good to give an insight of, I said, the broad aspects of it. Just a quick question. In general business, there's discussion about the draft sale yards consultative committee terms of reference table. Is this group? Because I thought that you guys already had your terms of reference adopted. I'm just curious of, is it a revamped or?
Correct. So they're due for review. So we have our terms of reference and it's just due for review. So it's an opportunity to refresh those and align them more with how we want to see the committee moving forward. So we consulted with the committee on this occasion and then we'll bring it back to the next committee before we then consult with council as a body.
Thank you. Councillor Cruz.
Through the chair, just a quick one on general business, just the Central Reds Drought Master Sale, the 22nd of September, should that be 2023?
Should be.
Correct.
So
That
we
is
can just
correct.
make that
So through the
amendment.
chair, we can make that amendment to that date, year date.
Thank you. Did you want? Oh, you've still got your mic on, councillor. GM, sorry. The Office of Recommendation has received a record of proceedings at the Emerald Sale Yards Coordination Committee meeting held on the 21st of August and endorsed the Emerald Sale Yards Coordination Committee recommendation. The Central Highlands Regional Council nominated to host a future Australian Livestock Management Association conference. Somebody move that. Councillor Burns, second Councillor Carpenter. All in favour? Carried. Thank you. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
And now we move to Arun, to the amended Queensland Audit Office interim audit report. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair. Councillors, the purpose of this report is to re-adopt the interim audit report. Councillors, you would remember on the 9th of August, Council received and adopted the interim report. But since then, what's happened is our staff have been liaising with the auditors and they found two minor changes in terms of the report. As a result, the Queensland Audit Office have reissued the report with the amendments. Now, the amendments are on page 225, and you'll see it all relates to prior year issues. So one of the issue was just, the first one was just omitted from section 1 of the table, and the remainder of the 3 issues just had incorrect risk ratings by the auditors. So the auditors have fixed that. It was marked as others than deficient, whereas now they've marked as all significant issues. None of the management responses from the prior report to this report have changed. The other content of the report is still the same. That's the only change. And the report was also tabled with the audit committee, at the last audit committee, and the recommendation, we also reached out to governance for advice whether we retable this report, and that's the advice we've received, and so that's the recommendation, councillors. But happy to take any comments or questions.
Any questions on it? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you very much. But I'm not sure if it's a question for you or not, Arun, but anyway, just, or indeed just a comment, but where we've got on page, it's on a couple of pages there, but I'll, page 233 of the council agenda, under other matters with the 2 documents, the Governance Framework 2019 and the Risk Management Framework last reviewed in 2020. I just wanted to point out, I think I asked about this when we did the latest corporate plan, whether the planning and performance framework that we've got in the front of the new corporate plan actually linked with this governance framework at the time. So I just wanted to point out or ask the question, does that link? Because we had adopted this framework and then we did the corporate plan and put in a new kind of framework, and it would be good if, anyway, I suppose make the comment that going forward that there is some alignment in there, just to point out probably. Thank you.
Thank you. No, what? Yep, thank you. So we received the Auditor General's amended interim audit observation reported date 17th. No? Sorry.
No, you're right, Chris. I was late, sorry, my fault. Just on page 217, the 3 unresolved internal control deficiencies, quality review of asset valuations, how are we solving that?
Yeah, through the chair, Councillor Brimble-Combe, that project has commenced, but we've just had some delays due to just scheduling of end of year work, but it has commenced. It's planned to be finished by 31st of December. And Councillor Brimble-Combe, if you remember, for this year's comprehensive asset valuations, we've got the road and the airport as asset classes to be comprehensively revalued. So our target and plan is that the framework is up and ready and adopted by the audit committee by December, and generally valuations we start in March or April. So that's the plan, that we adopt the framework before the valuations, comprehensive values begin, basically. Yeah.
The fine? Okay. Nothing else?
Sorry.
Right. No, you're on. So we received the Auditor General's amended interim audit observation report dated the 17th of August in relation to the financial year ended 30 June 23, and note that the original version of the report dated the 20th of July 23 was reissued to amend the classification of 3 prior year issues to significant deficiencies. Somebody move that, please. Councillor Moriarty, seconded Councillor Burns. All in favour? Yes, carried. Thank you. Thank you, Ron. We move on to infrastructure. Jason? And Amber is coming to the desk again.
Thank you, councillor. So the next two reports are presented following council's request for a periodic updates from the infrastructure and utilities team in relation to operational and capital achievements across our two forward-facing departments of water and roads. The reports today are the first time, as mentioned, this is the first time we've presented these reports for updates. And as always, we're happy to receive any feedback to be incorporated into future reports. I'll hand over to the Manager of Water Utilities, Amber Robinson, to run through the utilities operational update for the first, for January to June 2023.
Thank you. Through the chair. Afternoon all. As mentioned, this is the first time I've put together an update like this, so please, if there's something that I'm not touching on that you're interested in, or vice versa, please let me know. So this is our update from January to June this year. Just some statistics. I'm not sure if you can read that properly, but basically this is a table of the water supplied, wastewater received, and recycled water supplied for the first 6 months of the year. So, as expected, I guess Emerald and Blackwater being the two highest water suppliers. This is a graphic of Fairbairn Dam and the levels. I can't really read that, but hopefully you can on the printouts that you've got, sorry. Showing over a number of months, the levels there. Some key achievements for the first 6 months from our operational work. As you know, our SCADA master plan was adopted in, our SCADA master plan was adopted in March. Water security strategy and subsequent action plan, both adopted in June. We've been doing some lot of work internally around making sure that we have the documentation that we should have around our treatment plants, and we now have drafted O&M manuals and functional descriptions for all of our treatment plants. So that photo is just a sample of them. We have had our first lot of students, or staff, sorry, enrol into the Certificate 3 of Water Operations. So that's on both the treatment side and the network side. They are coming to the end, so I think they're graduating, I can't remember the exact date, but sometime in November will be their graduation, and we will, the Learn team are just working to get the next start date for our next lot of students to go through. We did launch a national recruitment campaign, which has been relatively successful from the standpoint of entry-level staff. So we have filled a lot of our on the ground operations vacancies. We are still struggling to get some of our qualified, so our engineers and supervisors, coordinator type level. While it's good, and don't get me wrong, while it's very good that we have been able to fill our operators' positions, and we've still got a couple of vacancies, but we're in a much better position as far as people on the ground goes. It does take time to understand what you're doing in the treatment space. So while it's good from a numbers perspective, there's a lot of training that needs to then go into those staff to get them to the point where they can actually operate a plant, go on call, relieve some of the pressure off the other staff, etc. We've also continued with our involvement with the Queensland Water Directorate, CHRC, and the other various groups that is related to. I was actually just down at the Queensland Water Annual Forum last week. So, yeah. From capital achievements perspective, these are just, we had a number of projects on last year, so these are just a couple that I've sort of plucked out. Those pictures there are of the new PAP dosing unit at Opal Street. That's why it's so lovely and shiny. It won't be lovely and shiny forever because it's activated carbon that we're dosing, so it will soon be black. But, so our new pack and polymer dosing systems were completed and commissioned at Opal Street Water Treatment Plant. We completed a multi-year project, which was up to upgrading a number of critical switchboards across the region. The upgrades at Dingo and Dringo water treatment plants began. As it stands, Dingo is looking to be commissioned in late October, early November, and Doringa is looking to be commissioned in February. So they're both progressing pretty well. Our Capella Terry water main repair commenced, and that is looking to be completed in November. And hydro testing is starting tomorrow on one section of the line. And our new inlet works at Park Avenue wastewater treatment plant started. That was looking to be completed around February. That has been pushed out to March, but they are still looking to start construction because this was a DNC, so they had to do the design first. They are looking to start construction in probably October sometime. So that's very exciting. Resources, I guess, has been our main challenge, and I guess it's, as I mentioned before, it's not just numbers on the ground, it's actually competent, getting people to the point where they're competent staff members and able to assist. The next 6 months, Water Demand Management Plan came to Council today. For adoption, we will be awarding the Water and Sewer Master Plan. That is out to tender and closes, I think, next week or the week after. Our preventative maintenance system has entered its development stage, and we are currently, so last week and this week, we have been doing training with our operators not all the operators, just a select few operators, because we're just in the test phase, on how to make that work in Tech 1, so we can trial it, make sure that it is what we want it to be, and then we'll roll it out to the entire team. It's really exciting because up until this point, we haven't had a preventative maintenance system, so this is very new to the team and a good way forward, I think. We will be completing the implementation plan for the SCADA and the instrumentation and control 3-year plans. They're due to be completed in November. That's the implementation plans are due to be completed in November, so that we can inform the capital budget process for the next 3 years. We will shortly be releasing a tender, so probably within the next few weeks, for the community education strategy around the water demand management plan, and we will be shortly enrolling the next lot of students into our Cert 3 training. We're just finalising, the Learn team, we're just finalising the procurement process around that. So that's me. Is there anything that you would like to ask, or is there anything that I've left out, or?
But just before I go to the other councillors, the implementation of your SCADA and is that going to have a, can I say, a positive influence on staffing, or will it, yeah, sure.
Yeah, look, yes, not straight away,
no,
because we need to get it in place, but it will definitely help. It will help, I think, from a retention perspective, firstly, because it will make the plants a lot easier to operate,
yes,
easier to respond to remotely. The preventative maintenance work will also assist with that, because there are some, as expected, some frustrations around the state of some of the maintenance activities. But it will definitely help with attraction of qualified staff. Entry-level staff probably wouldn't necessarily know the difference of whether we do or don't have it, but qualified staff that are coming in would be expecting us to have those systems in place.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Moriarty.
Oh, thank you very much. And sorry, can I just clarify SCADA, what that stands for?
Oh goodness, it is system control and something. It's the computer program that basically runs our treatment plants. So not all our treatment plants are on it. Some are, some aren't. But basically, you can look at a computer screen, see a schematic of the plant, and it will tell you what's on, what's faulted, what the levels are, all that sort of thing. So you can control it through there.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you very much. I'd forgotten, and perhaps some of our listeners might have as well. But I just wanted to say this: the statistics for the Fairburn Dam on page 3 of your slides, or page 244 of the meeting agenda. That is an excellent graph. And very meaningful, and it will as we go on, like the next, you'll be able to fill that out for the next 6 months, like, and then potentially have them for year on year on. Because this is just terrific, because you can start to see where you are for when the level 1 restrictions come on, level 2, and that is just so meaningful. And you can see the dam levels and then the water supply to town to be able to compare. And it's very interesting when one's up, the other one's down, and at what month it changes, swaps over. That graph is very, very meaningful. And the other one I wanted to ask about was I didn't realise when we were talking before about the water demand management plan, how close you were to actually implementing some of the actions in that. I must have missed that somewhere, Amber. But I was very excited to see that you've got the funding there to go out to tender for the community education strategy. And that you're getting that done professionally, and that's going to then be aligning with over a long term, or
It will, yes. So that the intention would be that they give us a long-term strategy.
Yep.
And then, give us an idea of what we should be focusing first. Like what should we be focusing on for this 6 months, or that 6 months, or that year, or because it's around that behavioural, cultural change.
Yeah.
The demand management plan and the water security plan and all of those things. I don't know if you remember the drawing I've shown in the past, which has all the suite of strategies and plans that we're developing, because
Yes.
we've got our long-term, our 5-year strategic journey that the Water Utilities Department is going on. So that's why we're progressing. It sounds like we're sort of progressing quickly because we are, because we've got that strategic work already in the budget and in place and moving forwards along.
Awesome. I just wanted to say thank you very much for really focusing on that and really pulling it out and ensuring that there's a professional approach. But that's the other thing, is it's so good if you're having a long-term a focus to that as well. So it's not just, sometimes we do things very short-term, immediate, quick, and it doesn't really fit into a longer-term strategy. No. So that you are taking people on this journey and potentially, like we were saying before, the internal and external. So it's the organisation with the community as well. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Brimblecombe.
Yeah, I agree with the, on page 244 with the Fairburn Dam statistics. Be good to see that with all our water sources as well, including the bores, because to me, I said we aren't monitoring those very well. So be good if we can get something similar, and then that'll feed back into your water demand committee. So very good, thank you. And I did look it up, supervisory control and data acquisition.
That's it.
It's good you put it
Or just Ghana.
Is that all, councillor Brimblecombe?
Well, thanks.
No others, so very good. Thank you, Amber. And we received the reporter's information. Somebody move that, please. Councillor Moriarty, second councillor Brimblecombe. All in favour? Thank you. Thanks very much. You've done well today. And the next one, Jason?
Thank you, Chair. And councillors, the same report here based on our roads operational update for January to June 2023. I'll hand over to the Manager of Infrastructure, Tyrone Meredith, to run through the report.
Good afternoon, councillors. Promise to have the correct report this time. So, as alluded to before, this is an operational update regarding our activities for for the 6-month period from January to June. So, just in starting, this is our total grading figures. Breaking down into each month. So across the 6-month period, we achieved nearly 1,700 kilometres of straight maintenance grading across the net, which is roughly half of our unsealed network. This is in addition to the gravel resheeting program as well. So largely, that's a little bit more than what we would typically expect, but it allowed us to make up for the first 6 months the prior 6 months where we were heavily impacted by rainfall. This diagram here, it hasn't shown in a great deal of detail, I apologise, but this is basically just a reminder of how we split our region up for maintenance purposes. So some of the upcoming slides reference our zones and our regions. So as a brief overview, Region 1 is around Capella. Region 2 is around Emerald, 3 Springshaw, 4 is Dringa and Dingo, and then Bohinia makes up number 5. And then each region is split into further zones, which we'll go through. So in that 6-month period, works completed in terms of our straight maintenance grading packages was 1.1, which is the area north of Capella, 2.2, which is Emerald to Comet and the roads that come off the highway, 2.3, which is the larger Lockington area, 2.6 is around Sunlight Road, that wasn't fully completed but partially, 3.1, which is off the Tambo Road through Cungelella and Mount Playfair, 3.2, which is Buckland and Wirwindangie, 3.3, which is around Carnarvon Gorge and Rewan Road, 3.4, which is Arcadia Valley, and then 4.1 and 4.2, which takes up our Dringa, Dingo and Big Bend area. So in terms of the upcoming works for maintenance grading, some of this work has already commenced after the end of June and through this period that we're currently in. So 1.2, Waiuna Road, crews have already started there. 1.3, the Malthoid Road area. 1.4, which is the roads that come off Claremont Rubyvale. 1.5, which is the Gemfields. 2.1, which is Emerald to Willows and the roads that come off the highway largely through there. 2.4, which is Werber and Bertley. 2.5, which is underway at the moment, which is around Orion and Arturis area. 2.6, which is an extension of Sunlight and up through the Comet River Road area. 4.1, closer to town in Dringa. 5.1 and 5.2, which is the areas in Bohinia, so they're currently on Glen Elgin Road there. In terms of resheeting, so we managed to achieve well over half of our resheeting budget in the last 6 months of last financial year, totalling $4.145 million. That was split into Echo Hills and Glenlee in Lockington area, quite a large project through there. in Bohinia, we undertook work at Mount Nicholson and Lunds Road. Closer to Springshaw, we had Werber, Olivale, Springton, and Francis Roads. Francis close to Emerald. We also had Buckland and Morandilla, Range Baranga near Dringa, and quite a large resheet on Wilwindangie Road and Gothlands Road. Some of our upcoming resheeting work, Wintoon, which is underway at the moment, Bertley Road, which will commence following the completion of Wintoon, Waylandia Valley, which is just completed this week, Morrissey's Road, Dalmally, 8 Mile and Locarno. Making good use of the dry weather, we completed floodway works on Malfoy Road, some replacement works on Capella Rivervale, some major repairs on Mungabunda Road, the replacement of 3 floodways on Arcadia Valley Road and the replacement of a culvert set on Pinegrove Road. Some of our upcoming floodway work is on Waiuna Road, which will commence in the next 2 weeks, Forest Hills, Kumu, Baralabar Road and Bertley Road as well. In terms of our gravel crushing operation, in that period we crushed just over 22,000 tonnes at Rookenglen on the Echo Hills Road, 9,500 tonnes at Niagara, which was all put onto the Fitzroy Development Road, 28,000 tonnes at Deep Creek on the Arcadia Valley Road, which is primarily used on mulquoise on the pave and seal, 27,000 tonnes at Basalt Creek, which has mainly gone already onto Waylandia Valley Road as well as some onto Arcadia Valley Road. Pangara, almost 30,000 tonnes through there, which has been used for Olivale, Wintoon, Springton, across onto Werber and Cullen-Ringo roads. We crushed 10,000 tonnes at Jojo, which is up off the Echo Hills Road. And in addition to using that material on Echo Hills Road, we were also able to realign the road by basically crushing the road out. So that achieved the 2 benefits in one. We've also crushed at Hillview on the Buckland Road and have just completed 20,000 tonnes at Bertley Road, which will be used for the resheet in that area. Upcoming crushing works is Mungabunda, so they've just started in there again now, which will be for maintenance projects in that Bohinia area. They'll then move back into Deep Creek to keep crushing for Mulquoise Road project. We've had a contractor just complete, or actually underway works at CHRC pit, which is on the Comet Downs Road, which will be used for that resheet. And providing we have finalisation of our environmental authority, we will be crushing in Orion School pit by the end of the year as well, which marks quite a big milestone for that area. It's a highly regarded pit, so that's quite exciting. We've also got crushing works on the Dringrapers Creek Road and Riverside pit on the Tambo Road as well. In addition to our normal maintenance program, we've also been completing the QRA NDRRA works from the event in 2021. That was split into 3 packages through that approval. To date, we are 35% through package 1, 32% through package 2 and 16% through package 3. So this has to be completed by the end of this financial year. And we're still quite confident that we'll achieve that milestone by the end of June. So these works are undertaken in conjunction with our maintenance works. Some other upcoming works between August to December, we aim to have our bitumen reseal package awarded and hopefully completed. So that will see quite a significant amount of kilometres sealed, primarily on the Arcadia Valley Road, Umbabia and Fairfield. So around that Bohinia area, that's where we're targeting some large sections through there, as well as to the other end of the extreme, Claremont Rivervale Road and Huntley Road in the north as well. So we're moving away from smaller sections and trying to target larger, more comprehensive sections when we reseal, just to try and achieve a little bit better value for money. Prior to that work undergoing, there'll be quite a lot of rehab and on those sections, just to make sure that they're suitable for resealing. So we expect to start that rehab package in around November, and then hopefully resealing in December through January, February, pending contractor availability. We've also been undertaking a little bit of dam construction, once again using the weather the way it is at the moment. So we've constructed a dam on Bertley Road next to the gravel pit. We're just about to start one on Echo Hills and completing one on Rangebaranga Road as well. So they're just some identified locations where we have existing issues with water. We're also undertaking a process of getting the pit at Hillview hopefully certified by DTMR, so that'll allow us to use that for future construction works on the Tambo Road. And also considering a project of gravel crushing, which will involve a road realignment on the Willows Rutland Road. So it's largely to obtain, it's a very good gravel source underneath the road. So we're going through that process at the moment to make sure that provides value for money, and we'll look to push forward with that as well. And that's the extent. Thank you.
Questions? Megan? Oh, Councillor Daniels, sorry.
Through the chair, with the resheet and reseal program, I was just wondering, are we keeping up to the need, or is there a backlog of work that we're yet to get to?
Through the chair, definitely with the reseal program, there's quite a backlog in condition. So that's sort of, we're just prioritising the backlog, I guess, and then also trying to take into account through the hierarchy that it's not yet adopted, but so we're trying to target those higher order roads so that, in the next wet weather event we don't have those large failures through that network. So that's where we're trying to prioritise as much as we possibly can.
And then, so when we get the hierarchy report come to us at council, that sort of justification around the further detail, I guess, around those reseals be provided then?
Oh, we can provide the reseal list, that's fine. It's just more we use that draft hierarchy as a tool in our prioritisation. So we look at the condition of the asset, and if there's several in that same condition,
I can understand. I understand what you're saying.
That's how we use that as a tool, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
A comment to start off with. Going through our community consultations just last week, there was some great positive feedback with the emails that are going out from the department with regards to the road users with regards to the grading and road maintenance packages. So that was really, really well received. They really appreciated that. My next question is just around that water. So obviously we know that council from time to time requires water from private property owners. Is there a consistent approach across the board with regard to those arrangements with property owners, or is it on an individual basis, as needs basis?
Through the chair, historically it hasn't been a consistent basis at all. We are trying to move towards the gravel and water agreement. So it's actually a signed agreement by both parties that clearly outlines where we will use it, when we'll pull up, when we'll stop. Who we approach and how we approach them at the moment is largely based on who the supervisors would know, where they know existing water supply points are. It's opportunistic, basically. So if we know there's a dam there, they'll go and see them and then try and enter into agreement. If they know there's a potential site that they've identified, they'll go and see that property owner, I guess. Yeah. Okay.
So there is work going ahead that there will be some sort of formal arrangement.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Definitely with any of the new sites where they're not located on reserve land, will be done under an agreement, a signed agreement by both parties.
And just through the chair, so what about if there aren't any formal arrangements that are will that affect anything retrospectively?
Through the chair, no, not to date. No, we haven't gone retrospective yet.
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
Councillor McCann.
2 questions. fire breaks and it more comes under community, but at the same time, it's your machinery that's being used. Can we include that within those works? Because it'd be good to know what communities have had those fire breaks maintained. And the other question is relating to resealing. What percentage has been increased, over time? Is it more expensive to reseal than, say, last year or 2 years ago? Has that increased substantially?
Through the chair, yes, it has. I don't have the percentage figures, but substantial would be a word for it. So that's tightly linked to the price of oil, being the product that it is. So exponentially, I'd almost say, across, a 7 or 8 year period. So that's sort of why we're trying to achieve that better value for money.
Thank you.
And through the chair, I can give you an update verbally on those fire breaks. So we have done a substantial amount of work in Emerald. We've done one at Willows. Bluff is on the list as well. That needs to be done. And so is Doringa and Blackwater. They're probably the two outstanding ones. Thierry and Capella have also had their typical breaks constructed as well, and Springshaw, I believe, as well.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you. Not quite relevant to this report, but the limited maintenance that you were allowed to do down on the Fitzroy Development Road to Room End, has that been completed yet?
Through the chair, yes. So there was some emergent works that were done, yes. And I'll be bringing a briefing note very shortly on an update to that as well.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you very much. This is an excellent report. It's so good to hear back what's happening around the ridges with the rural roads. And I was just wondering, do we or can we have something similar, bit of an update on our urban roads? What's happening in the different communities? Because they're probably some of the ones that we get asked a lot about when we're out and about. So not wanting to give you any more work, but it would be such excellent information to have a report even once a year or a couple of times a year on the urban roads as well.
Through the chair, we can add that, absolutely.
And through the chair, we could probably add, things like footpaths and construction of that sort of stuff as well. As part of it, I think we'll incorporate it into this existing report as an additional slide. Thank you, Councillor.
There's certainly things like, but even on highways and rural roads, there's school bus turnouts, there's cycleways, there's all sorts of things, Tyrone, that we could have because I think if we can highlight that sort of stuff, we might get a bit more. So, thank you. Council, if nothing else, that we receive the report as information, please. Somebody move that. Councillor Cypher, second Councillor Cruz. All in favour? Thank you. Carried. Thanks, Tyrone. And I will.
There's no questions from there.
Oh, there were no questions. Oh, sorry, you missed out. Oh. So I shall now hand back to the Mayor, and I hope that I've taken the chair down to the correct position.
Marnie will adjust it. Deputy Christine, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for doing that for me, and thank you, councillors, for allowing me to get away. I just spoke to, there seems to be a room full of people at the Fitzroy Basin Association Water Forum, which was very timely, so I spruiked the fact that we obviously had just adopted certainly a water management plan. So, but it's very interesting. I've encouraged them, I guess, with all this information, all the organisations, especially around natural resource management, that certainly that it be coordinated so that obviously any forum that obviously has good people and sensible and practical speakers, actually encourages sort of some work that benefits the catchment. And I guess that's one great thing about the Fitzroy catchment. It is quite compact. It's quite, it's not over allocated. But I guess we really need to reset the sort of priorities that we have, and certainly water use. Thank you very much. So thank you, and I think I have a small gift bag there that I brought back for the councillor lounge, which also includes a bowl of cotton. So just in case you don't know what that is, you can go and have a look at that now. Thank you. Councillors, our last item on the agenda today, and really certainly an important agenda item, and one which we've been looking forward to, given that the self-promotion has been extraordinary around the building this morning with these wonderful shirts that our team are wearing. But it sits under communities, under John's department, and sits under our communities team. Our Reflect Reconciliation Action Plan update, I guess, has been something that we've been waiting a little while for. Mainly because of a very good situation where lots of other communities, lots of other local governments are asking where we're up to, what we're doing, what are the sorts of things we're doing. And it was really pleasing down at the Coronado Open Day there to sit with Uncle Steve and Sean, just to talk about the gumby trees that I think they're actually putting in the nursery there for the nunny eventually. So. Yep. All under control, but I guess it's that example of a certain recognition and acknowledgement of the plans that we have and how they actually play out in their community. So it was great to see. So John, if you want to do those introductions, really looking forward to this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your introduction. As the Mayor said, we've got some of our wonderful RAP working group team members both speaking today. The pair sitting in front of you will take no introduction, but certainly just want to acknowledge that we had all of our members invited in today, and it's just due to work commitments. There was some that couldn't get in, but I do want to acknowledge the work that happens, Mr. Mayor, through you as chair, behind the scenes, by the entire working group, and certainly acknowledge that their skills, their knowledge, their passion that they bring to this process is why it is so successful and why we are moving in that right direction. So if you are listening online, or hopefully this will get back through our channels as well, certainly from my perspective and us as an executive leadership team in this wider group here, we certainly do appreciate what we're doing in that space, and for all of your involvement in our Reflect Reconciliation Action Plan and the group that we've formed to drive that. So thank you to you all. With that in mind, I'm going to hand over to Lindell and Linda, and they will present the report. And as always, councillors, if there is any questions on the way through or comments, more than happy to address those on the way through. So, yeah, thank you.
We're a good team.
It's a team, yeah.
Where wasn't it? It's a team effort, yeah. Thank you, John, through the chair. Yeah, it is great to see a member of our RAP working group join us today. And yeah, as John said, unfortunate that, yeah, the others had work commitments. So yeah, so with us today is Adrian Hassel, who is part of infrastructure team. So he's kindly joined us today. So thanks, Adrian. Yeah, yeah, they are usually quite a very enthusiastic bunch, our RAP working group. So yeah, and we know that they all would be here if possible. So yeah, we do commend them all for helping to build a strong foundation that the working group do have today, because it is very strong. And through respect, courage and our commitment, the RAP working group, under the guidance of obviously our RAP champion, John McDougall, understand that when we walk and talk together, we can achieve good things, which we have been doing. So yeah, we are very grateful to those guys that have become part of that group. So this report is presented to you for the period July 2022 to June 2023, and highlights our progress against the actions outlined in the Reflect Reconciliation Action Plan 2020-2021. Featured as our cover image, as you can see on your screens there, are the Kalgoorlie Dance Group who performed at the 2023 Springshore Community NAIDOC celebrations. With a target for this reporting period of 100%, 84% has been achieved under relationships. So maintaining the RAP working group. The RAP working group formed in July 2021 and most of the members today are still part of that core group. We continue to ensure Aboriginal and or Torres Strait Islander staff representation within the working group, and currently 37% of our members identify as Aboriginal and or Torres Strait Islander people. The RAP Working Group Terms of Reference also underwent its annual review. The National Reconciliation Week celebrations for 2023. These events do provide engagement opportunities with a wide range of people in attendance from community. So the theme this year was Be a Voice for Generations, Act Today for a Reconcile Tomorrow. The library shared Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander culture through their National Reconciliation Week displays. And we also distributed 100 children's activity packs to each of the libraries to hand out over National Reconciliation Week. We also hosted morning tea for the Emerald, Springsure, Blackwater and Capella libraries in conjunction with their First Five Forever First Nations Storytime program. It was a bit of a mouthful. With an overall attendance from all of those events of 70 adults, including all the children, and then some staff as well joined us at the Emerald one, which was nice. In 2024, we plan to host events in the smaller regional libraries if we can. So items in progress or ongoing. Strengthen existing relationships and develop new ones. So we're always seeking to increase our engagement opportunities with other RAP organisations and other RAP working groups through our Indigenous networks and also community organisations. 78% achieved under respect. Celebrate NAIDOC Week. We encourage everyone to participate and celebrate NAIDOC Week. It is a great opportunity for staff to engage with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and their culture. 2022 theme was Get Up, Stand Up, Show Up. A number of staff attended the NAIDOC celebrations held in Emerald and Blackwater, and both events began with a march, followed by a welcome to country, led by the traditional custodians for each of those respective areas. No event goes without food, so there was a choice of barbecues, curries, dampers, cakes and sandwiches at both events. And in 2023, the theme was for our elders. So Springsure NAIDOC also saw great staff attendance. The smoking ceremony to open the celebrations, and the Springsure State School Choir sang We Are Australian, and it was so beautiful to listen to them as the flags were being raised. It was just wonderful, wasn't it? Yeah. And front and centre on the stage to share the traditional dance and their language were the Kalgoorlie dancers from Woorabinda, and they once again put on a very spectacular show for the community as well. The Public Relations and Events team promoted engagement and participation at NAIDOC events to staff and community via their e-newsletters with corresponding Facebook posts reaching over 8,000 people. The 2023 National NAIDOC Poster Competition was also promoted to the wider community via Council's Facebook page. And there were 79 views on the Vines Indigenous support page. People and Culture update on Council's induction program and awareness raising of its commitment to reconciliation. An acknowledgement of country has been added in the mandatory Central Highlands Regional Council General Induction online learning module. Acknowledgement of country is also undertaken in the in-person employee orientation, which is held monthly for new employees. And they're currently implementing a revised onboarding program with associated employee handbooks, which will include Council's commitment to reconciliation. They're also looking to partner Indigenous employees who self-identify with Indigenous buddies as an added support network at Council as well. Items in progress or ongoing. Indigenous support. A review is required of our Indigenous support resources on the Vine and should be completed over the next month. Cultural learning and development. Cultural training was cancelled in March earlier this year and is yet to be rescheduled with the traditional custodians, Western Kungaloo. And the People and Culture team have also been resourcing other suitable training options as well. 89% achieved under opportunities. So we have a few updates from some of our business units. So People and Culture update on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander employment. 11 Indigenous staff are currently employed, 2 employees at indoor officer level, 8 employees at outdoor officer level, and 1 employee at apprentice trainee level. The number of Indigenous staff employed by contract type, 10 full-time with 1 staff member on a fixed-term contract completing an apprenticeship and 1 casual. Indigenous employees retained in the last quarter. Overall, 470 employees were retained in the quarter, with 11 Indigenous employees retained for this period. The number of cultural education sessions delivered. There was an e-learn module delivered, Diversity and Inclusion, which outlined the fundamentals and benefits of a diverse and inclusive workplace. And 24 staff completed this module. As an equal opportunity employer, Council welcomes applications from all diversity groups and encourages Aboriginal and or Torres Strait Islander peoples to identify. This is reflected in the online recruitment platform that has been implemented over the past 12 months. So infrastructure and utilities update, and this is very new. We've just had a few little discussions, and yeah, we've got a little report on the total Indigenous employee hours worked. And in total, there's been 2,318 hours worked during the period between 24th of April to 27th of July. Our procurement update in increasing Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander supplier diversity. So we've been collaborating with the procurement team to promote procurement opportunities through the Indigenous Business Month. So we're looking at doing an Indigenous Business Month with CHDC again, partnering with those. Yeah, went well last year. Supporting library First Five Forever program. So by hosting the NRW events in our libraries, it also assists in the promotion of the Queensland State Library's First Five Forever Children's Literacy Initiative. And Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community are encouraged and invited to attend all of our National Reconciliation Week activities. So the items in progress or ongoing: increase opportunities for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander employment, trainee and apprenticeship programs. So the People and Culture are continuing to investigate and looking at the possibility of advertising vacancies on First Nations jobs boards to help encourage more applicants. 75% achieved under our tracking and progress. So track, measure and report. The RAP Impact Measurement Questionnaire was submitted to Reconciliation Australia in September 2022, so due again this month. And the business units are documenting progress against our RAP actions and evidence to support the progress in Weaver. Review and update. Discussions have been had with Reconciliation Australia about the development of Council's next RAP, and the draft RAP has been shared with Reconciliation Australia for formal feedback. Items in progress or still to achieve. So the new RAP is still in draft, and the draft is currently with RA for endorsement. Just a little bit more of an update on our Weaver management system. Our business units are uploading data into Weaver, so our nominated business units have been uploading their progress updates into Weaver since January of 2023. All this data collected is currently being saved in our bridging strategy and will carry over into the new RAP upon its commencement date. We can capture data from the progress updates for our RAP progress reporting, and data can also be used to complete our RAP Impact Measurement Questionnaire. So we're slowly building a knowledge base that will assist with Council's future RAP implementations and those initiatives. 81.5% completion for this reporting period. Walking forward, I think we can be proud of the transformation and the achievements and learnings from our Reflect RAP, and acknowledge our reconciliation journey is not a race. It's time now to build on our foundations and relationships to ensure a sustainable and impactful RAP outcome for the future of Council. So walking forward with what we have learned, the RAP will continue at the Innovate stage. We will continue to establish strong foundations and continue to improve, engage and connect. enhance engagement with staff. We will establish clearer staff links to communicate and engage with events, opportunities and initiatives outlined in the RAP. Support staff with cultural learning. We aim to provide opportunities for RAP working group members, people and culture managers and other key leadership positions, formal and structured cultural learning. Expand engagement with external networks. We will promote networking with RAP and other like-minded organisations to develop ways to advance reconciliation. Focus on learning. We will look at ways to increase staff engagement with cultural immersion opportunities. Provide procurement support. We will look at ways to remove barriers to procuring goods and services from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander businesses. And of course, we want to highlight and share with you some of our gold moments, which Linda loves to call them. So NAIDOC 2022, we were honoured this year to have the traditional custodians of Western Kangaroo join in the celebrations in Emerald, excelling in the delivery of the speeches. And it takes dedicated to supporters to make an event successful, and those two in the frame, the NAIDOC frame, have been doing it for many years. So yeah, we thank Matty Ducks and Linda both. They're great supporters of NAIDOC. And the next slide we have Uncle Des. He rocks up every NAIDOC with his bag of sandalwood to perform the smoking ceremony. And of course the Gungaloo boys entertained with some lively cultural dance as well. There were well in excess of 700 people that joined the march to celebrate the rich history and culture of our First Nations Australians. Our National Reconciliation Week 2023, activities were a real hit with the children, and they all enjoyed singing along with the library staff and listening to the Dreamtime stories that were read out as well. I think some of the parents were singing along with the Incy Wincy Spider thing too, so it was quite nice to see. NAIDOC 2023, Springsure celebrated its third NAIDOC event and the community were not disappointed. Everyone was welcome to Goyeri Country by custodian Darryl Black, who also performed the smoking ceremony on the day. We'd like to express our thanks to Councillor Carpenter for being the MC and making sure the official proceedings ran well on the day. And we're also grateful to staff team members who came and assisted on the day as well. And then also we have another photo of the Kalgoorlie dancers from Woorabinda. They're all painted up and were ready to go. Yeah, and they performed on the stage this year, so it was really nice. Yeah. Special thanks to the Mayor and councillors for their continued support of Council's reconciliation journey, and the RAP working group under the guidance of our RAP champion for their dedication to Council's reconciliation journey, and to all council staff and employees for contributing to Council's RAP journey as well. To the traditional custodians, elders and First Nations community members for enabling us to journey with them. Linda and I thank you for listening today, and now we'd like to open the report up for any questions.
Thanks, Lindell, and it's a great report. I love the photos, of course.
Yep.
Pictures paint 1,000 words, don't they? Yeah, Councillor Moriarty.
Oh, thank you very much. I suppose we might all be a little bit slow responding because, you know, that's awesome. It's an excellent report, and just to congratulate you guys on not just the breadth and depth of the work that you do, but also the professionalism and the way that you link with people, which brings me to the point that, and I think that the photos, as the Mayor just alluded, the images are worth 1,000 words. We can report on, you know, all of the statistics around, you know, what's happening, but you don't really get to see the magic of the connections people have when they come together, and how they, you know, the smiles they share, the words they share, and how meaningful that is, which we call our intangible benefits and aspects of collecting, I guess, some of those statistics, which is always hard to put in, the intangible, to put into words. So thank you very much. I would like to say that one of the things I think that might also be important now that we're getting way more sophisticated with our RAP and building on what council is doing, and I would suggest as a leading council in this area, I'd just like to make the suggestion that perhaps the next lot of councillors that are voted in next year in 2024, that the councillors actually get to participate in the cultural training and awareness of what our council's doing in this space as part of their inductions, because it's very, very important. And the other aspect of people coming together and being together and sharing culture as we move forward as a nation is really, really important. And I think that for the new councillors and all new staff, obviously, participate in this, it's going to be really important to understand how we support culture as well. And I was also excited to see the dancers from Warrabinda coming on to being welcomed on to our country to participate in the NAIDOC celebrations. And I would like to say that picture at the front that you've got on the front, that picture is just amazing. I thought that it must have been, at first I was thinking it's such a great picture. Is this stock photos? Dare I say that? Dare I say that? But when you look into that picture through the smoke in the background, you can see the kids in the background. So there's, it's almost like the past and the present coming together through this film of smoke, but symbolic smoke. But yeah, I just thought that photo is award-winning, I would say. But congratulations to everybody involved in the RAP. Congratulations, all the hard work you do, and every time two people come together with all of these events that you host and share stories, share smiles, and spend time together is immeasurable. So thank you.
Right, well said, Councillor Moriarty. All right, councillors, there's a recommendation there. Oh, sorry.
Through the chair.
Are you actually allowed to speak, Linda? Are you?
I'll let it.
Thank you. Sorry, Linda.
I'd just like to mention we always follow cultural protocols with inviting other groups onto someone else's country, and Kalgoorlie do perform at Springsure because they have permission to go on that country and that country only.
Yep. Yeah, it's a really important thing, Linda, isn't it? And it's working really, really well. Takes some managing, I understand, but that's good. Thank you. All right. Councillors, the recommendation is that we'll receive our update regarding those actions undertaken from July 2022 to 30 June 23. Someone happy to move those? Moved by Councillor Moriarty, seconded. Councillor Carpenter, all in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you, Lindell. Thank you for your patience, Linda. Thank you, Adrian. Yep, thank you. Thank you, Suzanne, for... That's... All right. All right. Councillor, if I'm not greatly mistaken, that gets us to the end of our agenda items. So is there any general business that councillors want to record?
Yes.
Yes, okay, councillor.
Thank you. I tabled this earlier with Arun. I had a call last night from a ratepayer who wished to pay his rates via a credit card, but there is a council limit on the credit card for rate paying of $10,000, and his rates are in excess of $10,000. And he only operates on a credit card. That's how he runs his business. So the question is, why is there a limit, and how can that limit be changed so he can pay his rates?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Saifa, thank you for asking that question and giving me a notice in advance. I can confirm there is no council limit on any credit card. We take payments in terms of credit cards and BPays. We definitely have ratepayers paying more than $10,000. It seems to me it might be a case, most likely, a case of an individual credit card limits imposed by the financial institution, like the banks. It might be the case. What I may suggest is, Councillor Saifa, if I can grab those details of that ratepayer, get in touch with them, and I can unpack as to what's the issue there.
Now, he said it was, I didn't check my rates notice, I meant to do that, but he said it was written on the rates notice that there is a limit of $10,000 for credit card transactions. But he said it's actually, because I asked him, you sure it isn't your credit card has a limit of 10,000? He said, no, his credit card definitely has a higher limit. Yeah. And it was written on the rates notice. Did you check a rates notice?
No, see, Councillor Saifa, I may take that question on notice. I'll probably investigate and get back to you.
Yeah, right.
But I'll catch up with you just straight after the GCM.
I meant to check mine as well, and I forgot.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor Saifa. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know I keep asking about this one, but people keep stopping me in town, in Emerald, specifically still asking about when the green waste is going to be reopened and what's happening in that space.
Thank you, through the chair. So I will have an update. We actually had the department out on what was that, Thursday last week, so there was an inspection that they'd undertaken. There's a few little works that we need to just complete so that we can get the green light to do that. So we're down to weeks now, not months, so it is not far away, councillors. The communications team are putting together some communications at the moment as to when that will occur and the processes that will be had there, so we are not far away. Yeah, which is great. So a pad is being prepared down the back in line with our conditions, and yeah, it's looking fantastic. So we're not too far away, councillors. I'm just not going to commit to a date here, otherwise I'm going to let everyone down. So yeah, it's not far away.
Oh, good. Thanks, Councillor Moriarty.
Just excuse me. Sorry, Marnie, can we just kind of... I've just shown a rates notice that has that written on the rates notice that you can't do bank. Can we just have it that it is due to council's notification on the rates notice? Because that read like it was the limit on his credit card, and I know it's not the limit on his credit card.
Sorry, you've got the rates notice in here?
Yeah, there is a rates notice. Yeah. It's not mine, but
okay.
Yeah, it is written on there.
Right.
It's probably been there for even a day and never taken off.
And you'll follow that up, Arun? Yeah, thank you. Okay. Any other general business, councillors? Councillor Bruce.
No, I was just further to Councillor Saifa's question. Would you be able to just read out what the actual wording is on that notice?
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, the actual wording is on a per transaction. It says there is a maximum of $10,000 per transaction. It might mean that you might have to break the payment in two or three sets to get through it. But I'll probably find out why the 10,000 limit is in the first place per transaction. But definitely, yeah.
Beautiful. Thanks, Councillor Cruz. That was good clarification. There's a difference. All right. Councillors, well, if there is no other general business, I'll declare the meeting closed at 1:22 p.m. Thank you to our Executive Office. Thank you, CEO Sharon. Thank you to all our officers that delivered reports today. Thank you, councillors, and the meeting's closed. Thank you.